Hello, I'm really hoping that this is functioning. I'm hoping that you can hear me all right. I've kind of messed with my webcam a little bit and I am not convinced I like how it looks. So we're going to go with it. We're going to hope that it looks fine. So hello everyone. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Is everything good? I'll have to see it. I'm so cold, like, oh my god, this country is freezing right now. It was snowing yesterday, and I know that there are many countries in the world that have far worse weather than England does, but it's weird to see it snowing quite so much in March. It is March, right? Yeah, March. It's really strange to have it be so snowy, so late into this kind of spring season. So, hello. Let's see where everyone is from. Let's have a look. Middlesbrough. Ooh. Pennsylvania. Ooh, another from Pennsylvania. Detroit, Germany, North Carolina, Romania. What else have we got? France. It's Beetlejuice. Yeah, the shirt is very Beetlejuice-esque, isn't it? I'm realising my colour saturation, if I look kind of strange and everything looks weird colours, there's something going on with my camera that's making everything look weird. And I've tried like going into my settings and fixing it, and I can't figure out how to fix it. So like everything is kind of an odd colour. I'm going to have to go in and see if I can fix this again because it is strange looking. This webcam does not look normal. So let's go and tweak a bunch of these settings and see if I can make myself look a little more like myself. Let's try this. This is the downside of using a webcam, is that it just doesn't look right. I'm going to look a little bit washed out, but honestly, maybe I'll look like I belong in some, like, gothic movie, you know, wearing the black and white. Like, maybe I'll just look like a black and white picture if I keep messing with these, but yeah, I noticed that when I turned my webcam on earlier, like, for whatever reason, everything looks a funny colour today, so I think I'm going to go with that. Everything's still kind of a bit of a funny colour, but, like, I don't know. I'm not sure, but we're going to go with it. And we're going to see if everything stays okay. Let's have a look. Where else are people from? Oklahoma, Poland, Wales, Indiana, New York, Michigan, Tennessee, Bedfordshire, Yorkshire. Wow, Kentucky, Canada, yes. I'm literally watching a video from Canada right now, like on YouTube. That is what I just stopped watching to come and do this. Hello. So, welcome to the live stream. I apologise, it's a little bit delayed in getting started. I didn't really know that I was going to be doing a live stream until like last night. I was actually planning on doing a video to The Craft, like the movie The Craft, and I filmed it, but I'm kind of halfway through editing it and I want to make sure that it's just right. So not quite there yet. So this week it's going to be the live stream, and then I think next week we're going to be doing the craft video where I've watched the movie and I pick it apart and see the bits that I liked and the bits that I didn't like. And yeah, it was really interesting to watch that again. So thank you everyone for joining, even though it is a little bit of a last minute live stream. It means a lot to me that you're willing to sit and listen to me waffle, and I can't edit all of my tongue twisty mistakes when I'm doing live streams, so you're gonna have to deal, unfortunately, with me stumbling over my words and humming random tunes. So, same with always when we do the live streams. For anyone that's new, I sit and I try and answer as many questions all about witchcraft and paganism as I can. I tend to work top down, so I work chronologically. So sometimes you'll find that I'm not answering a question that you can see on your screen, but that's because I don't want to miss questions that have already been asked. So I might bounce around a little bit, but I try to always keep myself so I'm answering as many questions as I can. Now that I try to just speed past that sentence. There are some questions that I won't answer. This could be because I've already done a video on the subject, or it's not something that I'm particularly well versed in. If that's the case, I'll usually point you towards the video in question. So yeah, please try not to spam the chat if your question hasn't been answered immediately. It is because I'm getting to it. And hopefully I can get through this without it jumping too much. Because, YouTube has a tendency to jump around the chat a little bit, and I tend to lose chat messages, so I'm going to try and go as quickly as I can. So yeah, try and keep it civil, try and keep it nice, and I will do what I can to answer as many questions as I can in the next few hours. So if you have any questions that you've been burning to ask me, feel free to put them in the chat. If you don't want me to answer them in the chat for whatever reason, you can send them to me on Instagram. My username is in the description box of all of my videos. If you would like a more private response to your question, I do try and get through most of my Instagram DMs and answer you that way if you don't feel super comfortable. Okay, waffled on. And yes, someone earlier was like, waffle? Like, I don't know if this is just an English thing, but we say like waffle on. Like, to not stop talking is to waffle, essentially. So yeah, I'm going to scroll up and let's see some of the first questions. Do we have? Oh, so thank you so much as well, because immediately someone has donated, which means a lot to me. I don't expect anyone to donate, but anyone who does, I really appreciate it because you help me support the channel. So they've said, after much study, I'm thinking about doing my first working, a binding spell. I know you have a video on this, but any last minute tips? So when it comes to binding spells, probably the biggest piece of advice that I can give is make it passionate in whatever way that is for you. For some people, it's angry passion. For other people, it's sadness, and that's passion. Whatever it is that you are feeling about the subject that you want to bind, because no one really goes into a binding spell without having a good reason to do so. Really fuel that working with the passion that you have. Now, it's not necessarily done in a way to make the spell, I don't know how to best describe it, but it's passion that's focused. So it's not random passion, it's not scatterbrained passion, it's not making you struggle to focus, but it's passion so that you are truly focused and dedicated on the intention that you've set forwards. And that kind of passion, that kind of emotion that goes behind a binding spell is incredibly useful for making it more powerful. So in my binding spells, my usual emotion when it comes to it is frustration. I am frustrated that I have been put in a position where there's nothing else I can do except do a binding spell. And that's really what fuels me when I'm doing that spell. So find that emotion that fuels that working, whether it's love or sadness, frustration or anger, whatever it is. Really feel that when you're doing that working. And in my experience, it gives a really powerful result. Where was I? I'm already lost. I've literally answered one question. I've already gotten lost. So here we go. What are your favorite ways of communicating with spirits? Is there anything unique that you've noticed yourself doing during communication? I'll be honest, my form of spirit communication is usually a little bit haphazard at best. I tend to not need to communicate very often, so I don't communicate very often. But what I will do instead is get very annoyed and talk to thin air. And I suppose that would be rather unusual to anyone who's not used to me doing it. But for instance, an example of this is that I got a new cabinet. And I got a cabinet to store more books. And the cabinet is fairly old. We aren't really sure how old it is, but it's fairly old. And it would knock, as in like, it would be like someone was knocking on the front of the cabinet. And I never really knew what it was. And at first I thought, oh, it's just the heat, it's just it getting used to its environment. But no, it still does it. And I'm not really sure why it does it. But I have found that if I tell it off, it stops doing it. And there is definitely another spirit energy in the space, and I think they're trying to get my attention, and that's usually what these spirits are after, in my experience, the ones I've encountered. Oftentimes they want your interaction, they just want to be heard or seen. And so I will very often, especially if it's very late at night and I'm very tired, just tell spirits off by talking to thin air. And it must look very strange to anyone around me, and I tend to keep it to myself when I am around anyone else. But that's probably what I mostly do. I think it's very underrated. I think a lot of people will immediately jump to pendulums, or they'll do some kind of trance work or meditation. But if you're wanting to communicate with a spirit that's in your space or surrounding you, whether that be a guardian, a guide, maybe an angel, an ancestor, a servitor, a familiar, or even just a house spirit, sometimes all you need is just to verbally talk to them. And sometimes that's a great offering, especially if it's a spirit that really does want to interact with you, they want that connection. Or it could just be a really good practice because you verbally communicate with them, and then you don't know how they're necessarily going to communicate back with you. They could communicate back through dreams, through meditations, through signs and symbols and smells and these kind of things that are maybe more subtle that you would miss if you didn't initiate that conversation by just talking to thin air. So yeah, that's mine. I would love to know what your favorite ways of communicating with spirits are. Like, do you prefer pendulums? Are you more of a scrying person who really enjoys some mirror scrying? Like, that's really cool to know. Ooh, I'm trying to learn about the moon phases. Any books that you recommend? I do have one that I recommend a lot, and it's on my bookshelf somewhere. It's called Moon. I'm pretty certain it's called Moon Spells by Diane Alquist. I might be mistaken in that, but I think that's what the book is called. And this author has written several books on moon magic. They're not just about moon spells. So that is a good author that I really enjoy for working with moon magic, and they have done several other books. I'm not sure if I can find the book in question. If I can, then I will show you, but I'm not sure if I can. Here we go, this is it. So it's this one. So this is the book in question. It is called Moon Spells by Diane Alquist. Okay, so I did remember it. The author has done several books on the subject, and let's see if there's any in here. But these kind of books, especially ones like this, all of the spells and rituals inside are timed for specific moon phases, which can be really useful if you aren't used to the moon phases yet and you don't quite know what to do when. Then books like this can be really good for adding inspiration into your practice. But I know that the author does have other books, so if you're not after spells, another one could be a better option. I'll be honest, there's still a pile of books up here from last month's live stream, so I'm just going to add more books. It's like how I didn't bother to move any of the books there either. There's just going to be a stack of books in the background, and we're all just going to have to be okay with that. Right, where was I? Any book recommendations for runes? I actually don't have any specific recommendations for runes. I primarily learned runes just intuitively, and so I've never really got a book on the subject. But if anyone has any recommendations for books on runes, then that would be great to add into the chat. Of course, it's going to depend on the kind of runes that you're after, whether you're after like Elder Firthark, Witches runes, Anglo-Saxon, they're all going to be slightly different. But hopefully there will be some good book recommendations that people can offer. Okay, where was I? I've already gotten lost. Oh no! Okay, I'm just starting and focusing on energy. Could you point me to where I can learn to stop broadcasting? Seems like people can easily listen to what I'm thinking, not in the same room. So when it comes to this kind of energy work, what's often happening is that you aren't shutting off your energy. So it's not necessarily that there's any one thing that stops with this kind of broadcasting of energy and thoughts. It's a case of learning how to control that, and really any kind of energy and thought control could be useful. So things like mind calming techniques. You can also do some shielding techniques to make a bubble around yourself, essentially, which stops any of that energy or thoughts from exiting outside of that bubble and reaching other people. And then it's a case of learning to control your energy. So some people are very expressive with their energy, and not just in the things they do, but their magical energy. And it'll be everywhere. Everything they touch, it is attached onto everything around them. The people in that space can feel it as well. And while that can be a really great way to be as a person. As a magical practitioner, it can be really difficult because that energy is leaching out into everything. And so learning to contain that energy, to draw it in, is a really good idea. So there's one book that I will always recommend until I find something better for this kind of thing, and that is Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. The author has a phenomenal book all about different energetic techniques when it comes to witchcraft, which could be useful for controlling this kind of thing. Now, I'm not saying it's definitely going to resolve the issue, but it is generally a good idea to have a better hold on your energy, so you're controlling who is interacting with it and whether you've given them permission to interact with it, which is really useful. I placed a charm to reinforce the boundary between my yard and my neighbour's yard. It recently shattered to pieces. Is it worth recycling the pieces into a new charm? It's going to depend on what that charm was made of. I personally wouldn't. The fact that it has shattered, it could of course be from natural means. So it could be the elements, it could be that cold weather has fractured it, it could be that an animal has fractured it. But generally speaking, when it comes to boundaries and protections, once something is broken, it should be entirely replaced, because the act of breaking has dispersed the energy and it weakens that object or item. And so typically you would want to replace that object with a brand new one, or at least replace it with something else. Now, you can then use the pieces of the original in other things as long as you cleanse them, but for protection, I'd say having something that is solid gives a solid foundation to that working. If something has already been broken once, it's easier to fracture in the same way again. So just be careful with reusing things for protections if they have broken. But yeah, you can definitely use it in other things, just maybe not the protection working. How are you prepping and celebrating for Ostara? So many of you will know that I've just released a video on Ostara last week. So a lot of that are the things that I'm going to be doing for this season. But mostly for me, it's about the spring cleaning, the tidying. I'm currently doing renovating on my house, which includes painting and mess. And anyone who's decorated anything will know that it's always way messier than you think it's going to be. So my focus for this Ostara is on tidying, on making sure everything is where it should be. And yeah, I just need to get some things just to finish the space off. So that's what my Ostara plans are. Oh, the Cozy Witch is here. Hello. I'm lighting one of your candles later. It's adding onto my altar. Why do I have Mr. Sandman in my head? I don't know. I did have someone in one of the last live streams be like, maybe the songs that you have in your head are songs that other people are currently playing that are listening to the stream, and that's why you have it in your head. So if anyone is playing Mr. Sandman, it is thoroughly in my head, and I'm not going to be able to get rid of it, I don't think. Oh, here we go. So I see a lot of advice out there about casting circles or laying a compass before undertaking spell work. However, calling out to the directions or elements/deities feels unnatural to me. Can I just visualize? Okay, so for context, for anyone who's not sure what these topics are, and for general information anyway, I think it's important to lay out what each thing is. So to cast a circle is to create an energetic boundary to your spell or ritual. Within that space, the energy is contained and it stops it from leaching out when you aren't ready, and it also stops spirits and other energies from interfering with your workings. Now, a witchcraft circle and a Wiccan circle are not the same thing. Now, they can both be combined together, but they aren't inherently the same thing. So a circle for practicing witches often doesn't necessarily include deities, spirits, or elements. And just as a Wiccan circle sometimes doesn't include energy. So when you hear of a circle casting within the Wiccan tradition, it will often include a ritual walking around the edge or boundary of a circle. This circle is then cast, followed by the calling of the quarters or the elements, and then following that is usually the calling forth of deities or spirits. Sometimes this is one deity, sometimes this is the god and the goddess, sometimes they have names, sometimes they don't. This could also involve the calling forth of elementals as well as ancestor and land spirits. Now, sometimes Wiccan circle casting includes an energetic circle, which acts as protection. But sometimes, and in a lot of the circles that I personally have been a part of, the energetic aspect of it isn't a part of it, because calling in the quarters and calling in the god and the goddess acts as protection in and of itself. So there's kind of two categories of circle right there. And then you have the laying of a compass. Now, the laying of a compass is primarily seen in traditional witchcraft circles, and it is a slightly different technique to the casting of a circle. So the circle contains energy and protects from external factors, but the laying of a compass opens up pathways to energies and spirits. It essentially allows you to create a space that is supercharged, where energies, messages, spirits, deities, and the like can freely pass from different realms into your ritual space, and your ritual space can therefore influence external realms and different spaces outside of our plane of existence. This makes them exceptionally powerful when working with different kinds of spirits and can really supercharge your magic, but it's just a form of space creating. It's just a form of sacred space. Now, no one has to do any of these things within their magical practice, though I would recommend learning some kind of protective circle, such as casting a circle, just as a little bit of a protective measure so that you aren't being interfered, especially when you are working with more volatile energies. And if you do plan on summoning spirits into a space, then having some kind of protective circle is a great option. You can, of course, simply visualize, and a lot of magical practitioners will visualize their energy circle, and that's how they cast their circle. It doesn't have to be a big ritual setting in order for you to do this. So there's so many options out there. It's just what you'll most commonly see are circle castings in the Wiccan technique, which isn't necessarily what everyone is interested in. So do what feels right for you is essentially the gist of all this. Of course, if you are part of a specific tradition that has a specific way of casting a circle, then that is something you would probably want to incorporate, considering it is an integral part of that tradition. But if you're not, then it really is a case of do what works best for you, just make sure that you're staying safe. I'm realizing that was a really long explanation for such a short question, but there we go. Where was I? Any recommendations for words? Any recommendations for stress relief associated with witchcraft? So there aren't really any necessarily witchy related things that can be stress relief, and by that I mean things that are solely witchy in theme. So you obviously have things like teas, and you can incorporate tea magic into your magical tradition. Often people will drink peppermint, green tea, chamomile tea, these kind of things. You also have aspects of kitchen witchcraft where you can include recipes and things that are hearty and calming and are essentially a warm hug when you're feeling stressed, and then you can imbue your spellwork and ritual into them. You have the idea of bath rituals. These can be done for many different topics, but they utilize the element of water so that way you are getting that healing, calming energy. And in that you can do workings for protection, for relaxation, whatever it is that you're after. You also have mind calming techniques or meditations, which can also be really good. Now, none of these things are necessarily solely found in witchcraft, but they could be really good for that kind of stress relief. You also have the use of aromatherapy and different plants within teas and adding specific ones in for specific purposes. Just make sure that with aromatherapy and with drinking any herbs and consuming any herbs, that you make sure that it's not going to react with any of your medications, any health conditions, anything like that. Just make sure that you're staying safe while you're doing it. Can you reverse a curse as a baby witch? As long as someone has an understanding of what they're doing, why they're doing it, and how to go about doing it safely, I don't really see why any beginner practitioner can't reverse a curse. But, and I do have a video on this subject, you might want to check out whether you are actually cursed or if it's just something that you are mistaking for a curse. A lot of people think they're cursed when what they're actually experiencing is something different. It could be a haunting, it could be energy that they've sent out and not released properly, and so it's latched onto them and they feel like they're cursed. It could simply be energy from a person that is not particularly friendly, that's attached into you and into your life, and it's making it seem like it's a curse when actually it's not. the majority of the time, it's quite rare for a genuine, true curse to have been cast, because it's going to take a lot of energy, a lot of time, and also a lot of dedication on the behalf of the person who's casting it. So yeah, a baby witch or a beginner practitioner, whatever you want to refer to yourself as, has the ability to reverse any kind of spell as long as they have an understanding of their own practice. And if at any point you don't feel comfortable doing that, it could be worth reaching out to someone else, making sure that you do your divination to check whether it's actually a curse or not. But I have a full video on Are You Cursed, which could be useful for anyone who is curious about the kind of things that you might experience. Okay, where was I? Oh, I have a calling to bone throw. I feel like I should use bones that I collect outside, but that will take forever. Do you think it is all right to purchase bones online? This is going to entirely depend, obviously, on how you're feeling and the kind of people that you are purchasing from, the kind of bones that you are looking for. I'd say if you have a calling to collect them yourself, and that is what is being screamed at you basically, then even though it will take a long time, it is worth putting that effort in, because the amount of time it takes to create something is only going to deepen that connection you have with it, especially when it comes to a divination set like bones or like tarot or anything else. So if you have that calling to collect them yourself, then I would say be patient and do that. If it doesn't seem to matter where the bones come from, as in whether you collect them or not, then I'm sure that you probably can get them online. Just do make sure that you are getting them from someone who has sourced them ethically, who is very knowledgeable on what they're doing, how they're doing it, and why they're doing it, and someone who is really respectful to not only the bones themselves, but also the animals that they have come from. So there are many places online. I have looked myself. I love taxidermy and things like that. So I have looked myself for different bone sellers, and there definitely are some out there that are very respectful. And if you're going to go from anywhere, I would choose someone who has a deep respect for the animals and a deep understanding of the significance of that, and that way you'll probably have a better result. But yeah, it's really going to depend on what you feel most comfortable with. Right. See where I was. I think I'm about here. I think. Oh, here we go. Do you ask a plant for permission before you, for example, take a leaf? I do personally, because I try to form a connection with all of the plants that I'm working with. It's a little bit like me trying to make friends with someone, but stealing from them. Whilst trying to make friends with them, they're probably not going to take too kindly to that, and they're probably not going to trust you or want to work with you in the future. My camera is doing weird things. I'm not sure if it's doing it on the other end, but it keeps like flashing different colors. Okay, I'm just going to keep going, and we're just going to have to hope that it's fine. So it's going to depend on what your connection is to these plants. You might find that at some point you'll get to a point where you just don't need to ask permission anymore, because you've got that deep connection and the plant knows that you're going to work with it long term. The plant knows that you're giving something back to it, so it doesn't mind when you do take leaves. Whereas if you're just getting started with that connection, I would typically always ask for permission. The answer is usually going to come through in a feeling. And this is especially useful if you are good at your energy manipulation. You can push and pull energy easily. It's going to give you an understanding of the kind of energies and the way they feel around you. So usually if it's a no, then it's either no response at all, in which case the plant has essentially done the equivalent of turning its back on me. It's like, no, I am not interested, not at all. And then if it is a positive response, I will usually get like a light buzzing feeling, and that's generally the yes answer. But obviously it's going to be slightly different for everyone. And so really judge how that feeling makes you feel. So if you feel something and it makes you feel really, really uncomfortable, then that would be a no, regardless of whether someone else would consider it a no. You know, it's about the plant or the tree's way of expressing to you how it feels. And so it's going to feel slightly different for everyone. What is your guilty pleasure show? Any ghost hunting shows. At the moment, my favorite ghost hunting show is Help, My House is Haunted. That one so far is one of the best for its respect and its connection with the spirits, which I really appreciate. So I love watching that. And then my other kind of go-to guilty pleasure shows are things like The Vampire Diaries. I'll be honest, I'm a sucker for The Vampire Diaries. I have been really holding off rewatching it this year. And it's getting more difficult because like every time I go on Instagram or every time I go on YouTube, there's like a video, like a compilation from The Vampire Diaries. And I'm like, I'm trying really hard to not watch it. You're not making it easier. So yeah, those are kind of my two types of guilty pleasure show. You have like the Vampire Diaries supernatural Lost Girl kind of fantasy show, and then you've got ghost shows. Or any kind of, actually scrap that, any kind of like cryptozoology show as well, I'm down for. I will watch. What can I do with candle remnants from a leftover spell? Nervous to just throw away. I don't want to stunt my spell. So the answer to this is really going to depend on what the spell was for and what the items are made of. Now, you don't have to tell me in the chat or anything, so I'm just going to run through a few options. So if the spell was to remove something from your life, so to clear something out, whether that was a cleansing, trying to think of other options here, whether it's a cleansing, a cord cutting, these kind of removal workings, then you're going to ideally want to dispose of that away from your space. If it is for something really positive that you want to continue manifesting into your life, then disposing of it somewhere on your property or in your property is a suitable option. So this doesn't have to be anything elaborate. They can be composted, they can be buried, they can be recycled, they can be cleansed and reused if that is an option. Or if you've got things that you want to reuse, you can reuse them. Just make sure that you cleanse them first. They can also be flushed away or binned. But, and massive but here, you're going to have to use common sense as to what you can and cannot do with different items. So for instance, broken glass, I wouldn't necessarily advise burying in the ground because someone might find it, an animal might find it, they might really hurt themselves. If it is plastic, I wouldn't recommend flushing it down the toilet because it's only going to cause problems in the future. If it's something that is hazardous to the environment, don't compost it. Make sure that you kind of go for a sweeping common sense idea. But if it's something you want to attract, then you can even just bin it on your property. If it's something you want to remove, then you can bin it off your property. If you're worried, cleanse them first. And I would typically cleanse items before I bin them anyway to dislodge any of that excess energy that hasn't been released. Now, the reason I say that if you want to get rid of something, remove it off your property, I say that because it's kind of the equivalent of cleaning a space after someone's had an illness, for instance, and then leaving all of the dirty tissues just in that house. Like, you might have cleaned up the majority of that space, but you're leaving the remains of it available and accessible to everyone. You don't know whose fingers might end up touching tissues and then they might get sick. So if you want to cleanse something out of that space, then get rid of all of the remains and get it out of that environment, because energy will attach onto other things. So just make sure that energy is gone. So yeah, that's generally how I would do it. Oftentimes, if it isn't something that I need to get rid of, I won't. I tend to just keep things like crystals and jars, bottles, bags, dolls, those kind of things, and then I'll just reuse them time and time again. Okay, where was I? I hope that answers that question, by the way. I kind of went off on a tangent and I'm not even sure if I answered it. Let's have a look. Where was I? Have you ever tried a blood spell? I'm going to need way more context than just a blood spell, because what is the intention? Is it a specific topic that the blood has been used in? Is there something specific, or is it just a general thing? Like, I'm going to need to know, because in my experience as a magical practitioner, there isn't necessarily just one working that is considered a blood spell. blood is incorporated into specific intentions of workings, usually as a way to magnify the energies, to act as a tag lock, or to give some kind of offering to a spirit, deity, or other entity. And so, like, you could do a protection spell that involves blood, but you can also do a curse that involves blood. And so it's going to very much vary depending on the topic. Favorite witchy movie that you can watch on repeat? Watch on repeat. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of like witchy movies. That's a really difficult one. I think of all of the witchy movies that I've watched, probably my favorite is Practical Magic. It's out of all of them, it's one of the ones that had the least negative impact on the magical community, and it's one of those like comfort movies. So I think Practical Magic. Though if we were going TV show, I would say Bewitched. And if you have never seen Bewitched, like the original Bewitched, not the movie with who was even Elf, the actor who plays Elf in the movie Elf. He was in the movie for Bewitched. I don't mean that one. I mean like the original TV show. That is my like favorite witchy TV show that I will just repeat time and time again. Oh, here we go. Do you know of any uses for moss in witchcraft? Moss is one of my favorite things and I want to find a way to incorporate it into my practice. So yeah, I mean, it's really going to depend on the way that you perceive moss, and you can use it as a representational energy for so many different things. So for me, in my practice, moss is comforting, it's cushioning, and so it's going to cushion any energies that are being added into that working. It can also act as what I would consider to be energetic soundproofing, where when it's added into that working, it tends to dull out background noise and allows you to better focus on the other things that are in that working. Now, there are some mosses out there, specific ones, that have their own intentions, but if you're just talking moss that you are finding in your back garden and you don't really know the associations of it, then really trial and error your way through it and see what works. So moss is usually very abundant, and so it could be used in abundance workings. It could also be very hardy, and so you might want to use it in stability workings. So really take a look at how you feel about it, the connections that you make to the plant, and then trial and error your own correspondences for it. Ooh, can I ask about connecting with spirit guides, spirit teams, or allies? Are offerings common? They can be, yeah. They aren't necessarily always going to be. It's going to depend on the one-on-one interactions that a practitioner or just normal person, even if they don't practice witchcraft, will have with their spirits, their guides, their allies. In some cases, there may well be a connection where an offering is given in response to aid or alongside aid, so it's kind of a give or take relationship. Whereas some people are not necessarily going to have a give or take relationship, and the guides are doing just that. They are guiding without asking for anything in return. So it's not uncommon, it's just going to be a personal choice. Do you have any plans on making a video on the Ogham? I would love to, and I'm planning on. It's just at the moment, I'm really struggling to kind of get the layout right with how I want to film it, because I've tried making videos on this subject before and I can never get it so they show up on camera, because my Ogham are like long staves, but they have like really fine carving in the front of them. And you usually, from a distance, can't see what they say. So I need to find a way of making a video so that you can properly see what I'm showing you. Otherwise, I think it would be a fairly useless video. So I need to kind of brainstorm my way of doing that video and making it make sense on camera. Because I've tried doing one for runes as well, and you just couldn't see the runes, and it was really annoying. Random question, the beep in the ear. What's your opinion on this? A spirit in the room? ? I don't really have any strong opinions on it, other than I think a lot of people experience this, and because they don't understand what it is, they assume that it's something supernatural. I'm pretty certain that there's a common cause for the sudden beep in the ear that then disappears. I'm pretty certain that this is something a lot of people experience, and it does have just a mundane reason. But I mean, everyone's entitled to think whatever they like. I just want to make sure that if you are experiencing something that could well have a medical cause, that you're making sure that you're getting that checked first before you assume that it's a spirit. Because that can happen, especially in more spiritual communities. Medical causes are dismissed for a spiritual answer when that isn't necessarily the way round you should do it. So just make sure you're staying safe. But yeah, some people think that it means that someone's talking about them. Some people think that it means that there's spirits or energies within that space. You know, it really depends on who you're talking to. I did a love spell and it worked, but the woman it worked on ended up being married and I feel terrible. What do I do now? Well, if you feel terrible, then in this instance, probably the best thing to do in general, especially when it comes to doing spells like this and someone is already taken or in a dedicated relationship that they're happy with, then it's a case of cleansing away that working. So it's going to obviously depend on how you did that spell. You would want to break apart or separate out any items that were used in that spell, cleanse them and dispose of them. If you did a love spell and you still know the words that you use, then you can do that spell backwards. So you can either make all of the letters and all of the words backwards, or you can just make all the words backwards and keep the letters in the right order, and then essentially do a reverse of that spell. You can also cleanse yourself, cleanse that space as a way of disrupting that energetic link, and so that way it separates the two parties. Or you can do something like a cord cutting that's going to break any of those spell or energetic ties that you've created with that person, so they can then continue on with their life without having any kind of energetic attachment onto you. So I mean, there's lots of options for undoing that spell, but generally when it comes to love spells, especially love spells where they're targeted at another person, if that person has no interest in that secondary relationship or that secondary connection, then you're probably not going to find much manifesting long term, because all we're doing, we are pulling on the web, essentially, the web being kind of interconnections between people. And I've said it before, it's kind of like how a lot of people will cast a love spell on a celebrity. But if there's no link in that web, there is no thread to tie the celebrity with the random person together, then there's nothing for the energy to pull on. There's nothing for the energy to work with because there's no connection there. You're more likely to have a strong response if there are lots of connections there and a willingness by the other party, because then it's way easier to pull on that thread and manipulate change because there's lots to work with. So in this instance, it could be a case of just forgetting it. You know, you don't want to, by the sounds of it, that you feel terrible about it, so you don't want to pursue it, in which case you could just let that energy sit and let it dissipate, or you can do some kind of undoing working to take away or cleanse away any of that energy that you've put out. How do I keep motivation to learn more about witchcraft? Stay curious. Read different topics. Find something new that you like the sound of and give it a go. There's so many things out there that we are never going to have time to learn. You know, we're never going to know everything. And so the best advice that I can give to it is to just be curious about things. Try different subjects. If you see a book on something that you think you could be interested in, give it a go. If you find a video on something, then give that a go and just see how different things feel. And you'll eventually find that you kind of bounce from one intriguing subject to another, and you're learning other things while you're doing it. Have you watched Midnight Club on Netflix? I haven't, but I've seen like the little clip of it, like the little trailer thing of it, and it looks pretty good, so I might have to give it a go. I am currently trying really hard to read all of the Shadow and Bone books so that I can actually watch the TV show. So that's kind of my next goal, and I'm still trying to get through Supernatural. Still, I'm only on season 2, and I've been watching it for months, and I'm just really struggling to stick with a TV show right now. I'm like writing, I am reading, I just find I go through phases. So I think Midnight Club is probably going to have to go on my list, because at least it's just one season. I think it's just one season. That's more manageable. When someone says to you, hey, have you ever tried watching Supernatural? And you're like, that's like, is it 10 seasons or is it 15 seasons? It's a lot. Like that is dedication to get through that much of a TV show. What is the longest spell you've ever done? How did it go? So this is obviously going to depend on your definition of a spell. So the longest kind of sit down and work spell that I've done was probably a few hours, probably. And by that, I mean you cast a circle, you're actively doing ritual work for 2.5 hours, and then you close that circle. If we're talking like objects that are spells, we're looking at, actually do the maths. Like 2016, 17, like 7 years and counting, just for like one consecutive spell that is being maintained and managed. So like it just depends on like where you draw the line as to like what counts as a spell and what counts as a spelled item that is being recharged constantly. But maybe a few hours for a dedicated spell. And it went very well. That was actually one of my fastest acting spells. And I know someone will ask, that was a healing spell. So that one was really good, really enjoyed that one. And I don't think I've really done any super long spells since, because I just haven't really needed to. How safe is it to enter haunted spaces? What protections are best? Okay, so the safety is really going to depend on the history of the location and the spirits or the potential spirits that might be there. Because there's a lot of spaces that are touted as being haunted, but when someone actually goes into that space, it turns out that it's just an urban legend, and that was it. So some spaces are going to be perfectly fine to enter, whether that's because they have no spirit activity at all, or it's because the spirit activity is of a certain degree. So when it comes to hauntings, people tend to classify them all as being one and the same, but in my experience, there are a few differences. So you have active hauntings. So these are where a spirit is actively present and they are aware of the actions that they are causing. So they are fully compos mentis and they're aware of cause and effect. So they know that they're dead and they know that they can manipulate change. Within that category, you have the spirits that are simply existing. They're going about their day-to-day life. They're doing whatever it is that they're doing. They're the good, nice, friendly spirits. And then you have what many people would consider to be poltergeist-esque spirits. These are usually trickster spirits, they're mischievous, sometimes they can be violent, they might be throwing things, they might be causing weird sensations, nauseous feelings, these kind of things. Those kind of spirits are not necessarily the nicest to be around, but they aren't inherently dangerous unless they're trying to cause you physical, psychological, or mental harm. You then have other types of hauntings, so you have what I would refer to as looped hauntings. Now, I'm not really necessarily sure if that is the accurate definition of them, but a looped haunting is where you have a spirit in that space that doesn't know that they're dead. So this could be that they died instantly in a dramatic situation, perhaps such as falling down the stairs. And so they continue going about their day-to-day life not knowing that they've died. So you'll often find stories of hearing footsteps coming down the stairs at a certain time every single day. This could be a looped haunting, where a ghost is simply changing the sheets in bedrooms that no one lives in anymore because they're so used to doing that ritual pattern every single day and they don't realize they're dead, so they just keep doing it. In this, you also have echoes, so these are more like spirits that aren't actually spirits. They're more like energetic echoes of the past that you are hearing or experiencing. Now, the kind of hauntings that are going to be dangerous are the kind that are going to involve probably active spirits, so ones that are aware that they've passed over, or spirits that are potentially non-human or malicious towards people. So these could be demons, though do remember not all demons are nasty, it's just some demons are not particularly nice. It could also be non-human spirits like land spirits. It could be spirits of the dead whose land has been desecrated, and they might not be completely friendly to people. It could also be echoes of the past where someone has done something terrible, and so you're going to get that energy attached onto you. When it comes to dealing with it, it's going to depend on what you feel comfortable with. Some people will wear symbols that represent their faith that act as protection. So this could be the cross if you are a Christian. It could be a pentacle if you are a Wiccan or a witch. It could be other symbols of protection that people will carry with them. These could be charged or enchanted with spellwork and ritual. You could draw symbols of protection onto yourself, and that way you're acting as your own protection. You're charging the sigils and using them as you're walking around. Some people will also carry items of significance such as crystals or herbs that will act as protection. But sometimes it's more a case of mitigating the damage rather than limiting interactions. So you'll find that a lot of people who enter haunted spaces won't go in with any kind of material objects for protection because they don't want it to interfere with the experiences that they will have when they're in that space. And so instead they'll just make sure that they do their cleansings when they get out of that space, making sure that they're cleansed before they go home. So you'll often find that if people are planning to go to a haunted location, they will stay in a hotel the night after so that they can cleanse themselves, so that they can remove all of the clothing that they were wearing in that location, wash all of that clothing perhaps, and then replace it with new clothing so that when they go home again, they aren't carrying all of that stuff with them. And that way they aren't dragging all of that energetic baggage home again. But obviously it's going to depend on why you're entering a haunted location. A lot of people will do it for fun. Some people will just stumble into haunted locations accidentally. Now, I will answer this question that is right at the bottom, so I apologize if I'm jumping, but it's just so that I can get back to where I was in the chat, and this is related. So, what makes a being a demon if they are not? I'm not entirely certain on this question, but a demon is a classification of spirit, right? So, you have the spirit realm. Now, this includes essentially everything that is non-corporeal, so they are considered spirits. This includes ancestors, elementals, fair folk. It also includes demons and land wights, land spirits, these kind of things. They are classified then by their defining characteristics. So think animals and animal classifications. So animals are typically classed together based on characteristics, lifestyle, the way they look, how they breed, their behavior, do they produce milk, do they breathe air, these kind of things. And so spirits are very much classified as the same. So not all fae are the same. Fae are a huge variety of different spirits, but they have enough in common that they're all classified as the fae. So you might find a brownie and a boggart, they both are classified as the fae, but they both look very different. But they are classified in their similarities, and they're similar enough to one another that they're classified under the same umbrella, but that doesn't mean they're exactly the same. So demons are pretty much the same. You have different levels of demon, different degrees. Some of them you really, really don't want to deal with. Some of them, many, many magicians and other witches and magical practitioners will work with them. Other demons are more low-level demons that you might find solitarily out and about in your adventures around the world. And some are going to want to work with you and be very happy to work with you. I mean, there's demons out there who will bring good luck and good fortune, happiness, joy, all of these kind of things. And then there's other demons that are not so friendly. And so it's a bit like people. You can never quite be sure what you're going to get. Some might look really scary and be the sweetest beings that you'll ever meet. And some might look really sweet, but they might be really nasty. So I think demons get a bad reputation. Actually, a lot of spirits get a bad reputation. Because if one person has a bad experience, then they might be deterred from interacting with spirits in the long run, which I think is a little bit of a shame. But I do understand why people are cautious, because they don't want something bad to happen. Okay, I think I was about here. How did you decide to leave Wicca? Well, when I started my journey, I had no idea that witchcraft was separate from Wicca. So when I started reading books and realized that the books in the library were talking about something that I could resonate with, that I understood to a degree, like, oh, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm practicing. Every book during this time was Wiccan. And I had not read a single non-Wiccan book on witchcraft for many years. And then when I started to branch out with my learning and I started to interact with other people, and I realized, hang on a minute, Wicca and witchcraft can be practiced simultaneously, but they don't have to be. You don't have to be a Wiccan to practice witchcraft. it all then made sense to me, because I'd been a Wiccan witch for about 8, maybe more actually, 8-ish years. And I had never really resonated with the Wiccan teachings. That's something that I'd never really connected with. And I tried different varieties of it. And I had even been working with a group and communicating with initiates in Wicca and really thinking about being initiated fully into a coven environment. And then it kind of dawned on me that actually the bit about witchcraft that I don't resonate with is the bit that's Wiccan. And so for me, I decided, I think it's time that I step back from Wicca and see how my practice develops without it. And I actually much preferred it without it. And I think that's the case for a lot of people. And it's especially if you were learning about witchcraft. I mean, it's different now. I mean, when I started learning about witchcraft, this is like the early 2000s. Like books from the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, even up until like 2010, a lot of the books were heavily Wiccan influenced. And I think now we're seeing books coming out that don't have that Wiccan influence. And so it's easier for people who are just getting started now to not end up falling into Wicca first and then moving on to something else. Now, some people like to tell me that I hate Wicca. I've had this comment a lot, like, oh, you hate Wicca, you keep mentioning books. This book doesn't contain Wicca. And it's not that I have any dislike for Wicca at all. It just isn't for me. And I know that it isn't for a lot of people out there. For some people, Wicca is a great fit. For other people, it just doesn't work for them. And so anytime I see a book that contains Wicca, the reason I tell you that it contains Wicca or that it doesn't is so that you know whether that book is going to be something that fits in with your practice or not, rather than me just not telling you, because I know that it would have been useful for me if someone had said, hey, this book actually contains mostly Wiccan tradition and that's not really your thing, so maybe try this one instead. So I don't dislike Wicca. I don't dislike Wiccans. I actually think it's a very beautiful practice and a beautiful tradition. It's just not necessarily for me. I think I was about here. Okay, I'm gonna go from here and I'm gonna hope that this is right. I have a problem with grounding. Visualization is hard for me. Currently, I live in the city on a high floor. It's hard for me to feel connected with the earth. Are there alternatives? Can I connect? So my main question, and I know answering with a question really annoying, right, is what are you defining grounding as? Because grounding means different things to different people in terms of tradition. So when I refer to grounding, it is the connecting with the energy of the earth to utilize it in spellwork and ritual. So you push your tendrils into the earth and then you bring energy up with you. You use that energy in your spellwork and ritual. Any excess energy you then return back to the earth again. It means that you're not using your own personal energy in spells and rituals to the point where you are draining yourself and making yourself feel tired and sick after spellwork and ritual. That is what a lot of witches refer to as grounding. You'll find that a lot of holistic pagan lifestyle involves grounding, that is getting your feet on the earth and connecting with nature, and that's what grounding means to someone else. So it's not that one is better than the other, it's just that they're two different definitions. When it comes to grounding in a witchcraft stance of using that energy, it is just a place where you can draw energy. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use the earth when it comes to grounding, and you don't need to be touching, connected to, or linked to the earth in order to do that. You are using it as an energy source, as a battery, rather than connecting to it on a one-on-one basis with nature. Now, you can combine them. Of course, you can combine them. You can have that deep connection with the earth. You can do it with your feet in the dirt, your hands in the dirt, whatever it is that you want to do, but you don't have to. So when it comes to grounding, you can draw in that energy from just the space around you through, I like doing it through electricity. That, do not be dangerous with this. I mean, like, you put your hand on the wall and you draw the energy out of cables. I don't mean like you stick your hand into a socket. Please don't do that. But you don't have to ground and be connected with the earth if that's the kind of grounding that you're after. Now, if you want to ground and connect with the earth and that's your primary reason for it, then I would say in this instance, maybe get some plants, get some greenery, because those plants are linked to the natural world in a way that we are so disconnected from now. We are so far removed from our own natural environment that if we were put out in a natural environment, most of us wouldn't be able to do anything. We wouldn't know how to do anything. So if you want to have that deep connection with the earth, then putting some plants in your space, especially around ritual spaces, then that can be a really good way of forming that deeper connection with nature. And then you can go on and use those plants if you feel connected to do so in your spell work and ritual, and really add that earth energy into your practice in a different way. So I am hoping that that helps. Hopefully. Honestly though, it's kind of confusing when different people will use the same term for different things. So like when I was learning witchcraft, like the early beginnings of it, grounding just meant like one thing. And now it means like so many different things that it's kind of confusing. Can I connect with another energy, like the moon or cosmic energy, and have a similar outcome? Oh, so this is like a follow-on. I didn't even notice this. This is like a follow-on. So yeah, so if by this instance, this question kind of gives me the answer to my original question of you wanting to work with it when it comes to energy. So the bonus with the earth energy, and I don't mean the earth element, I mean the earth as in a cosmic body, a ball of hot-ish solid matter floating through the universe. That earth, not like earth element, mother nature, all that kind of stuff. The earth is essentially a ball of potential, right? It has lots of different energies in and around it, lots of things going on it and in it. And so because of that, we can really use it and adapt that energy for so many different things. And so a lot of people will use this energy as almost an all-purpose energy bank that we can draw from and invest back into again. Now, of course, if you're working with the earth element, as in earth element energy, that's slightly different. That has its associations, just as the fire element, the water element, the air element, they'll have their associations too. But if we're just looking at the cosmic body of the earth, it is so potent with different energies that we can work with to power our spells and rituals. You might find that certain other cosmic bodies will feel different to you. So if you work with solar energy or lunar energy, if you work with the energy of Jupiter or Mercury or comets that are passing by, you might find that that energy feels different and you might want to use it in different spells and rituals. And so you can certainly give it a go, see how you connect with those cosmic bodies and see how it feels in your practice. Try different workings to see what feels best working with different bodies. And then also have a look at other people and how they use them. Of course, you have the more, what is the term I'm after? Like ritualistic, ceremonial stance on the planets. Of certain planets correspond with certain days and you can only use them for certain things. But really play around with it because the ceremonial style of magic is not going to be for everyone. And you might find that your correspondences end up a little bit different than someone else's. So, where was I? I was about here. So, can you call yourself a witch if you don't practice the craft, but instead study the craft? So, this is going to be a little bit of a divisive one, I think, for the community. And I can't really necessarily speak for everyone, and I wouldn't expect myself to be able to, but it is something that people are going to have strong feelings on. The only thing that I can really put into this is, of course, you can really do whatever feels right to you, but some people are obviously going to have difficulty with it because you can't, for instance, say that you are a carpenter if all you've read is books on carpentry. You can't say that you're a swimmer if all you've read are books on swimming and you've never gotten into the pool. Now, I think that anyone can refer to themselves however they please, but there's definitely going to be sections of the community that are a little bit more hard and fast on their rules. For me, if you feel comfortable in this environment, in this community, if you are passionate about studying and learning and you are really respectful of the people in that environment around you, I personally don't see much of a problem with it, but there are going to be others in the community that maybe are not going to feel the same way. So it really is entirely up to you how you choose to refer to yourself as. And it's one of those where there's people out there who physically can't practice witchcraft anymore, or maybe they have disabilities, maybe they have energy problems, maybe their life is just so hectic that they can't actively practice right this second. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to be a part of a community just because they have restrictions that make their practice difficult for them. So it's one of those, it's going to really depend on different people's interpretation of witches and witchcraft and what that entails. I don't know where I was again. Oh no. I know I've missed a few pop-ups of questions. It's not coming up on my screen properly, so I'm hoping that when I get down the chat, I'll be able to respond to those. What type of spell would you suggest to someone who needs motivation, like a strong push forwards? Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to directly help with any one particular spell because I make all of mine based on very specific information that I have. But you could do something that has some power behind it. Something like using a candle and some potent fiery herbs to really give you a kick up the ass to get you motivated. I like really obvious is probably the wrong word, but really say it as you see it kind of associations. So something like pepper to me, like hot pepper, is a really great way of like driving some fire into the situation to really get moving what needs to be moving. And also fire is a great one for that. You know, like that powerful, active energy is really useful. So you might want to be doing a candle spell for these kind of things. You might want it to be orange because that's all about kind of motivation, focus, inspiration in some cases. So that could be a good option. But there's so many different spells out there, both on the internet and in books, that you can really choose anything that's going to fit and then just adapt it to what you need. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. I've already gotten lost. How often does this happen? Way too often. How do I specify my protections? For example, if spirits are welcome in my home, but obviously only the ones that are nice or don't bring negative energy in. How do I specify that when I set up my protections? Exactly like that. Honestly, it's exactly like that. It's you're putting your energy out. Your energy is infused with your thoughts and with your feelings. And so you can use words, you can say it in your head, you can just have that feeling of if someone or something wants to enter my space, they have to want my best intentions to be allowed into this space. And I will just verbally say it. I'm that mad person that talks out loud to random spirits, as we've discovered in this live stream. And yeah, that's basically the easiest way of doing it. Like it doesn't have to be complicated. Just be like, this protection, whether this is internally or externally, this protection is to keep out any who do not have my best intention at heart. And it will burn away the energy of those that do not have my best intentions. Now, of course, your protections are not going to destroy anything, but they can act as a really strong deterrent. I bought an antique doll, which I talk to as it has a spirit attachment. I just wanted to mention that because that's really cute. I don't actually see that many people having spirit dolls in their homes. A lot of people are really freaked out by spirit dolls, and so it's lovely to see that someone has actually taken the time to have a spirit doll or a spirit vessel in their space, which a lot of people are really scared of. I mean, I understand why people are scared of it. Like, it's unnerving, but I mean, it's nice. I mean, these spirits are usually stuck in an antique shop or a charity shop or something, and they're just alone all the time. I have a question on the tarot. How do I know if the deck you see online is for you? There's a deck called Midnight Magic, and it has the most beautiful art of mushrooms. I'll be honest, I think you've kind of answered your question there. Because if you are really, really seemingly in love with this deck, and the imagery really stands out to you, then that is probably the best way to know if a deck is for you. Now, of course, it's not a surefire way to know. There's a chance that you might get it and the deck just doesn't resonate with you at all. But artwork is so powerful. And so if you've seen the artwork for a deck and it really stands out to you, and you've thought about it for days, weeks, months, and it still stands out to you, then that's generally a good sign that that deck could very well be a deck that wants to work with you and that you would want to work with. I use beeswax candles, but when I use them in a spell and dress them, the outer does not melt. Is this normal? Yes, it's normal. So beeswax is a little bit of an unusual wax. It has a varying melting point depending on the temperature of the space. And so you'll often find that the interior will melt, but the exterior doesn't, because there could be a breeze, the space could be quite cold. And you'll also often find that because beeswax is very soft, rather than say paraffin wax, which maintains walls really well, when you have beeswax, if the wick is just slightly leaning one way or the flame is just leaning one way slightly, it'll break a hole in the exterior wall, and then the wax from the inside will pool out down the candle. And then you'll find that it starts coring down the candle because it's not using the wax that was in the top anymore, because that's all down the side of the candle. And so it starts coring down the center. And that's why beeswax candles are usually preferred when it comes to candle divination and candle reading, as well as reading wax remains, because of all the candles that you can buy, beeswax candles have the most wax remains that are left behind. These can then be repurposed into other spells and rituals. You can use pieces of that within further workings associated with your original working, or you can return it to the earth because it is a natural material. But it's the reason why beeswax is often used for divination readings with wax, because it does have that kind of pooling effect, and you get quite a lot of wax remains at the end of it. So yeah, normal. My favourite way to tell off spirits is pay a bill, clean the house, or leave me alone. I love that. And the thing is, though, a lot of people would really resonate with that as a ghost, because like a lot of ghosts have been people, and so they're well aware that like they are not pulling their weight like they should be. Where do you get your earrings from? Specifically the ones you wore in your last live stream. I have no idea the ones I wore in my last live stream, but a lot of the earrings that I have, especially the like the dangly gold ones or the gold moons that I wear, they were from River Island. Now, I have had a look in River Island since, and it doesn't seem like they do them anymore. I didn't even get them that long ago. I got them just before Christmas. But yeah, they were from River Island. Not sure if they're still available, but that's where most of my kind of unusual earrings are from. Are you able to see your house spirits? It depends on whether or not they want to be seen. So there's a few that make their presence known in a variety of different ways. Sometimes it's sounds, sometimes I can see them as an energy. So like when I sense the energy around me, they show up in that energy field, and so I know that they're there. Sometimes you see shimmers or movements of them. There's kind of lots of varieties, and it really depends on the spirits. There's one house spirit that likes crouching outside of my bathroom door, scaring the shit out of me every single time it does it. And yeah, not malicious in any way. Like some people are like, oh, I saw a dark crouching spirit, it must be a demon. It just likes crouching. A little bit like Gollum, you know, that kind of like butt to the ground, knees to the chest kind of crouching. And they just sit there. They just sit outside my bathroom door, just in kind of near darkness. So like you can see them, but not like super see them. And so I think this particular spirit does it because it likes messing with me. Almost always will do it when I am like needing to do other things, and it just scares the shit out of me every time. So it depends on the spirit and whether or not they want to be seen, but some of them are just yeah, they just like doing that. Oh, Phil, hi Phil. I'm doing the Gollum crouch as you said that. Yeah, they do. Like some spirits do just like joking. I have another spirit who will sit and listen to me read, And it's one of those where if I'm reading a book, I have to read the first chapter of that book out loud. It is just like an agreement now. It was never one of those like agreements where we agreed on it. It just became fact at some point that if I'm reading a non-fiction book, it's always non-fiction, it's never fiction. I'm not really understanding this one. If I'm reading a non-fiction book, I have to read the first chapter out loud, because he just really wants me to read the first chapter out loud, which I actually think is really sweet, because it's like getting involved in other people's hobbies. I like that, it's fun. If I'm charging an item with my energy, how can I tell when it's completely full and won't hold any more energy? So essentially, it's going to be the equivalent of if you're filling a glass of water and it starts overflowing, you can tell that it's overflowing because you can feel it, is the best way I can describe it. So like if you're holding a glass of water and you're filling it and you're filling it and you're filling it, and then the water pours over the sides, you can, sure, keep filling that glass and you're just changing the water out that's in it, but that energy is still like, that water is still flowing over the sides. That's kind of what it's like with an item or an object. You'll get to a point where that energy just doesn't seem to be going in anymore. And it almost seems like you're struggling to get energy in. And that's usually because it's just full. And so all you're doing is you put in your energy in and it's just like overflowing out into the world around you. So you'll find that you'll probably get to a point where all of a sudden it feels like you're really struggling with your energy manipulation. And you're like, hang on a minute. Am I not good at this anymore? Like, have I lost this ability? It's usually not that you've lost the ability. It's usually that you've hit that threshold of, oh, hang on, I've actually overfilled it and it's just like not going in anymore. That's the problem. And so in some items, you'll find that it happens really quickly. In some items, it'll happen really slowly and it'll take a lot of energy. It's really going to depend on the properties of that item and how it behaves to you. Oh, any suggestions for spring cleaning? So I love me a good energized window cleaner, a good floor wash. I love herbal floor washes. I just love them. They're so nice. And I have like this window cleaner that I got from Sons of Asgard. I'm not affiliated with them in any way, by the way. I just really like this window cleaner. And they are charged window cleaners. So like I have one for protection, but you can get some for cleansing and for prosperity and all these things. And so when you're cleaning your house, you're also cleansing that space and you're adding that energy in. Or like floor washes where I'll add a little bit of a ritual floor wash into normal floor wash. And then it allows me to both clean and cleanse my space all in one go while I'm mopping the floor, which I think is just so useful. Like I am not a 15 steps person. I am not a I will do all of these cleaning things in one day kind of a person. If I can get it done in one step, I will get it done in one step. And so I like to combine things. If you can clean and cleanse and like work magically all at once, I am down. And it makes it so much easier. Ooh, okay. When you light a 2-colored candle, do both colors get evoked? Or is it only the color that is currently touching the flame being evoked? That's actually a really good question. And it's going to depend on your tradition, I suppose, and how you work with your candles. So personally, I do it as each bit of the candle is its own separate section. So for instance, if you have a candle that is half red, half black, or half black, half white, I would see it as when the flame is touching the black portion of the candle, it is burning away negativity, it is cleansing that space of unwanted energy. And then when it moves into the white portion of that candle, it's bringing in purity, protection, all of this good positive energy is being added in to fill the vacuum that has been left behind by the cleansing. And so I will use these like 2-toned or 3 or 4 or 5-tone candles as each candle color that it hits is a different energy to it. So you can have one candle that will adapt slowly as you go down. So if, for instance, it is for abundance, if you have kind of a three-toned candle. So it might be black, then not orange, black, then like yellow, gold, and then green, or black, green, gold. It could then be that it's cleansing away the things that are holding back your prosperity and your abundance. Then it's drawing in some good fortune in that aspect of your life that you want to be working on. And then you're seeing financial success when it hits the gold part of that candle. And I like doing it that way because it means that I can get more out of my candles, whereas other people would have it just be a conglomeration of things. So they'll have a candle that is, say, like blue and purple, and as it burns, all of it is associated with that healing of the subconscious and those kind of things. So really play around with it and see what works best is honestly my best advice of that. So where was I? I'll go back to where I was. I don't know where I was. Oh no. Okay, I'll go for this one because this I know I haven't answered. Do you have to go by the moon when you're doing a cord cutting spell? I want to get it done now, but I'm not sure when to do it. So, moon phases, days of the week, times of the day are really useful. And they can be incredibly powerful and potent. But when we get down to the nitty-gritty of it, you could split your workings up to the second. Like, there are correspondences for everything. I'm talking like where the sun is in the sky, what the clouds look like, how strong the wind is, which direction the wind is coming from, what's the rain like, is it good weather, is it bad weather, is it coming from the east, is it coming from the west, is it 10:05 in the morning or 10:06 in the morning? That makes a difference. And although these things are incredibly powerful, they can have a tendency to limit us a little bit. So my best advice is these correspondences are really useful to add extra power into your workings. When you're lining it up with solar energy or lunar energy, when you're timing it with astrological signs, it can be so powerful, but you don't always need that extra power to have a good spell. And if you want to do a cord cutting or a binding spell or something that often has a massive amount of energy behind it, there's emotion behind it, there's passion, there's power behind it, you don't necessarily need to align with any of these associated times in order for that working to be powerful. So if you feel potent enough, powerful enough, emotional about this situation enough, like you are fired up about this situation, then you will likely have so much success with that working regardless of the different moon phase or anything else that you're working with. Moon phases, times of day, hours, even minutes are really useful if you are a little bit on the fence about that working. Perhaps you don't have that power behind it, or in many cases you'll find that spellcasters will use these potent times of energy when they're doing a working for someone they don't know. So they're working on behalf of someone else. So if you have that energy, that association, that power, because you are connected with that situation, it's much easier for you to tap into the energy that you need. Whereas if you are working on behalf of someone else, you maybe don't know the full story, you don't know the emotion behind it, you have no first-hand experience of it. And so often these specific phases of the moons, times of day, these kind of things are so powerful to add into that working, to give it that extra push. So anyone, really, if you want to try different times of day, days of the week, these things, try it out, see if it works for you. For some people, it works really well. For other people, they find that they can probably do without it. Oh, here we go. What are runes? So, really briefly, I am not be-all end-all knowledge of runes. There are many people out there that are far more experienced than I am, but runes are a series of symbols. Many runes have been used as alphabets. Other runes have been created simply to act as representation for something, and they are usually a singular symbol or the combination of lines, swirls, symbols that are designed to represent something, much like a letter in an alphabet. So if we're talking like witches' runes, these are a modern or a more modern creation, and they are symbols, each of which represents a more complex idea that has been simplified down to a singular symbol, which is then used in divination. You then have runes that have been used as alphabets for writing, as well as now being used as a form of divination, or they're used to represent bigger ideas in a single symbol. That's obviously like really, really vague because runes, there's so many different varieties. Not every variety is going to have the same history, the same use. I mean, some runes were used for writing, some runes were simply not, and they are more modern in creation. So yeah, there's lots of options with them, but they're just really fascinating. I don't know where I think it's because I am wearing this shirt. Because Leanne's just said the tune is the White Stripes 7 Nation Army. I think it's because I'm wearing a shirt with white stripes on it that I have that in my head. It's the only thing that I can think of for getting that one in my head of the list of songs it could be. I mean, it's a good song though. Is it true that the Fae folk are afraid of Christian symbols or mentions of Christianity? Now, okay, some people are not going to like my answer to this, but in my experience, no. And I think a lot of Christians tend to believe this because they have the idea that the Fae are somehow evil and therefore the power and the symbols of God can repel them like they repel evil. And that somehow the Fae being a part of older traditions somehow makes them lesser and therefore able to be pushed away with these symbols. I have yet to interact with a Fae that cares. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't Fae out there who do very much care, because there probably will be. A bit like people. Some people are going to be bothered by some things, other people are not going to be bothered by the same thing. But in my experience, I haven't met a Fae that has any kind of issue with these symbols. And I've met plenty of Christian witches who follow the Christian faith and work with the Fae folk, and they wear and carry Christian symbols on a day-to-day basis, and it doesn't negatively impact their interactions with the Fae. So it's going to be a case of, it depends on who you're interacting with. Some people are going to be fine with it, some people aren't. I've got it in my head now. I've fully got it in my head now. So I was reading questions. I promise I will keep answering them. Where is it? Here we go. I collected hailstones during a storm recently and put it in my freezer. How can I use them magically? So it will depend on how you connect with hail. Because depending on where you are in the world, hail is going to be a very different beast. So in England, when it hails, it's like tiny little things that don't really do anything. And so for me, hail is a symbol of change. It's usually something that we get between seasons. So you'll often get it between autumn and winter, and between winter and spring. And so for me, it's very much a transitional item, and so I would use it in workings for change and transition. But in other parts of the world, hailstones are like golf balls, and they can do some serious damage, and they can break solar panels, they can break car windscreens, they hurt. Like, they are really dangerous. And so if you live in an area that has hailstones that are a real hazard, then you're going to want to be using them in a different way, maybe in defensive or even offensive workings for protections and these kind of things. So what you use is very much going to depend on how you associate hail in your own life and in your own experiences. Okay, this one. Any tips to minimize work burnout because they practice while working full-time? Try and simplify your workings down and find the balance point between too much and not enough. Because what I'll often find is that someone will tell me a working that they've done, and I will be able to, like, from an objective perspective, because obviously I am not emotionally invested in this spell or ritual, I will look at everything they've said, everything they've done, all the items that they've used, and I'll be able to go, well, you don't need that. Take that out. You don't need this. Change the wording of that. It's too long. It doesn't need to be that long. Take out this. Take out that. Change this. Do this. And suddenly you find that when you're looking at a working from an outside perspective, you can reduce an hour-long ritual into 10 minutes. And you take out all that fluff and all that filler, and you still have a powerful, potent working. What you obviously don't want to do is you don't want to take it too far the other way. So you don't want it to be so simple it's not manifesting. So you really need to find this path that you can walk on where it's complex enough to be powerful, but not so complex you're wasting time on it. And by doing that, if you can combine different aspects of your practice together, you might be able to streamline it a little bit more so you have an easier time fitting it in with your schedule. So you can always do this by looking back at previous workings that you've done. So you've already cast that spell, but take a look at that working, pick apart all the items that you've used, all the things that have gone into it, and ask yourself, why did I use this? What was the purpose of it? How much time did I spend doing that? Does it actually add to that spell in any way? Or was I using it as a filler to set the scene? Because a lot of practitioners, myself included, are guilty of kind of setting the scene more than they need to, of making a space appear magical. And therefore, it becomes more magical. But ultimately, you are the one who makes it magical. And so you don't necessarily need any of the scene setting unless you really want the scene setting. And then you can look at the wording that you used. Did you need to repeat it 13 times, or could you have just said it 3 times but louder? Could you have just made your point a little bit harder by changing the wording, being less unsure and being a little bit more decisive? And by doing this, you might find that you can shorten your workings down just to make them far more manageable. So I'm not sure if that's going to help, because obviously it's going to depend on your style of working. But I do find that a lot of people add more things into workings than they need for them to manifest successfully. Itchy nose. Can you do a sweetening spell with just the name of a target instead of a picture of them or even knowing their face? So the thing with any kind of remote spell work, and by that I mean spell work that is cast on a person that is not actively present within that space, is that you need to have a strong attachment to that person. Now, this doesn't need to be a physical attachment to that person, but it's really useful that you know them. If you don't know them and don't have that energetic, emotional, physical connection with that person, you're going to need something that is a good, solid representation for them. So photographs are a great choice for this because that photo is a physical representation of that person. It allows you to focus your energy on them because you are able to recognize them. Same goes for pieces of clothing, objects that belong to them, these kind of things, as well as more unsavory things like blood, saliva, other unsavourable liquids. You know what I mean. And if you don't know, I'm not telling you. Not on a live stream anyway. But names and signatures can be used as tag locks, as representations for a person, but you have to know who that person is. You have to have more of a connection to them, because ultimately there are going to be thousands of people in this world that are called, pick a name, Henry Cavill. Let's go with that. I literally just watched Mission Impossible, so this is why I've thought of it. So there's probably a bunch of people, right, who have the name Henry Cavill. It's not just one person that has the name Henry Cavill in the entire world. And so when you're doing a working and all you know is the name, that working could be for anyone, and it could be for any version or any person with that name. So if you have a name and that's all you have, I would at least recommend knowing something else about them. Whether it's where they are, whether it's what they do, who they work with, whether it's you've seen them or you know of them. I would recommend having something more, because otherwise it's a little bit like doing a spell to just a John. Well, which John? Where does he live? Who? Because the universe is going to need to figure out which ties and which threads to pull on. And if you just have a name with no additional context, you're not going to know which thread to pull on. And you might find that your working doesn't work or seemingly doesn't work. But what's actually happening is that it's doing a working on someone else with the same name. And so it's really working for them, but it's not working for the person that you were intending it for. So it's a tricky one because tag locks are super useful, but they aren't always useful in the same contexts. Thank you so much, Valerie. This is one of the ones that I missed earlier. Thank you so much. You always support every single live stream. It is true dedication, and I really, really appreciate it. See, I've lost where I was again now. Oh no. Okay, I'm going to go with here. Are you planning to do any more videos on fairy magic? I am planning on it. At the minute, I am rereading the books that I have on fairy witchcraft. And those are the books I'm currently working through with the purpose of making a video on fairy magic books. And then I will kind of elaborate further on other fairy topics. I mean, if you have any specific topics that you would like me to do, feel free to put them in comments and I will go through all of them. I have like a sheet that I put all of my recommended videos or like video ideas that people have recommended me to do, and I will put them all on that sheet so then I can work through them later. And actually the same applies for this one. I love your reaction videos. If I have a recommendation for a TV show for you to react to, where can I submit those? Same applies, just in the comments, because I read all of the comments. So any that I want to separate out and actually look into doing like reaction videos to, I'll put them in a different file. Any tips on communicating with deities? Be open to whichever form of communication it's going to be, because guaranteed it probably isn't going to be something that you would immediately expect. So it's likely that you're not going to have like full body apparitions essentially of deities, but it might come through in voices. I've had that twice with 2 different deities. I've had visuals in objects like scrying balls. I actually first saw Keranos in the scrying ball that is sitting in the chalice well, in the White Well. If anyone's been to the White Well in Glastonbury, you'll know what I mean. There's like one side which is for Bridget, and there's like an archway that you can go under, and there's another side which technically isn't for Keranos, but for whatever reason, that is where this figure came through to me in the scrying ball in the White Well. And so that was a visual response in an object, but you can also have them coming to you in dreams and communicating in dreams, as well as during trance work, meditations. Dreams, though, for most people is probably the easiest because it's where we're most relaxed. We don't have a lot of the defensive protections that we might have during the day, and it's where they can really tap into our subconscious mind, which is useful. So try keeping a dream journal. That can be really useful in this instance. Oh, do you have any suggestions for people who may have ADHD or struggle in general with staying on track for rituals? Simplify is probably the best way of going about it. As I mentioned a few minutes ago on a different question, sometimes the rituals that we will see in books are super complicated. They're really overcomplicated to act as filler to make something seem more magical. If you need to, simplify them and play around with how much you can simplify until it becomes too simple, or go about your workings in a different way. If a sit-down, long ritual is not something that you are able to do, for whatever reason, whether that's because you have too much energy or too little of it, whatever it might be, try playing around with other techniques. For instance, if I know someone with ADHD who will not stop pacing. There is nothing that will get him to stop pacing. And so a great, if he were to ever practice witchcraft, thing for him to do is to put sigils in his shoes. Because then as he's walking around pacing, as he does every single day, he's charging that sigil with his energy and he's adding it into his practice. Well, his non-existent practice. But this could be a good way of doing it, is finding a variety of different techniques that just fits better with what you're able to manage at any given time. And there's so many active spells and rituals that you can do. There's so many passive ones as well that you can do where you are charging it over time when you have the availability to do it. That could be good if you do struggle with calming down your mind or getting the energy to do spells and rituals in the first place. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention at the start of this live stream, if you really dislike humming or random noise, I am not the best person to watch doing live streams. I edit all of this out when I do main channel videos for a reason, because I know it pisses people off. So yeah, if weird noises and bits and pieces of music are not for you, then yeah, sorry. How do you tell the difference between a deity or a trickster? So generally speaking, tricksters are often short attention span, and they're often not very good at making sure that they're covering their tracks. And what especially trickster spirits are relying on when they are imitating deities is that you are not going to have done your research. And so the best way of dealing with this is to do your research. Make sure that you know the folk stories, the legends, the mythology behind the deity that you are thinking they are, as well as things that they like, things that they don't like, smells, animals, colors, seasons, music, food, drink. All of these things are really important, because what will often happen is you'll have a trickster spirit come forwards and be like, I am Bridget, for example. And then you'll start working with them. And if you are unaware of the mythology of Bridget, you might not realize that there are some inconsistencies going on. There's some things that just don't line up. So you may well fall for that trickster spirit being a deity and you wouldn't know any better. Whereas if you are very if you are very knowledgeable is what I was after. If you're knowledgeable with the associations and the mythology of a particular deity like Bridget, you might be able to notice when things aren't lining up, that something just doesn't feel right. And if you're not giving into it, you'll often find that they disappear really quickly because they want to find someone who will fall for it, who they can mess with and interact with a little bit more. Is it possible when reading the runes that I'm projecting my energies onto the runes rather than getting an answer from outside energies? I mean, that's kind of the whole point of reading runes. Just like reading tarot, pendulum, divination, everything. Unless you are specifically asking for an external energy to enter you in order to give you the right divination on those runes, you are working with your subconscious as well as the knowledge of your guides, your angels, your spirits, your familiars, the energies and the spirits that are directly interacting with you and giving you information on a daily basis. So what you are after is your projection onto the runes. Otherwise, all you're doing is sticking your hand in a bag, picking out 3 or 4 runes, and then reading them out of a textbook. You want that interaction with the runes, that subconscious definition to come forwards. Because there are some runes where you might look at them and you might go, oh, I'm really feeling this. This is what I'm getting from this rune. And then you look up the definition of that rune and you're like, but it's nothing to do with that. But then if you were to dig deeper and look into the mythology and the stories behind that rune, you might suddenly realize, oh, actually, what I was getting actually does draw on a deeper meaning that just isn't commonly spoken of in really brief textbooks. So I'd say what you're after is your own projection, unless you are trying to communicate with a spirit, in which case, and that's a different kettle of fish entirely. But when it comes to divination, that projection is really powerful, because you are channeling through all of the knowledge, that hidden occult knowledge that maybe you didn't realize that you had, whether it was from deities or spirits, or maybe it's from your ancestors. Your familiar has information to tell you. Even just your subconscious or your psychic mind can tell you a lot of information that your conscious mind simply doesn't know. I've been playing a lot of random music this past week, can you tell? Sometimes I'm really inspired by a fictional movie, book. Wait, I put the commas in the wrong place there. Sometimes I'm really inspired by a fictional movie or book magic moments, and I have the idea of putting it into my own spells and rituals. For example, the healing incantation from Tangled. What do you think about this? As someone who has now watched quite a few different movies and TV shows that involve magic, a lot of what you are seeing is actually based on real magical practice. So the healing spell in Tangled, it's all about light. Solar energy is often considered life force. It's energy, it's power, it's development, growth, healing. The repeated chanting is often used as a way of magnifying and amplifying energies. It might reach out to and call forth spirits. It helps to pull the threads in the web of the world that we are working in. And so that ritual is very heavily based on actual magical tradition that already exists. And I mean, I've done several videos on it regarding like the Craft and Lockwood & Co. Not the Craft, I've not done that yet. That's coming out next week. I meant The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina and Lockwood & Co. And almost everything that has this kind of magical feel to it is based on something in the real world. So I wouldn't necessarily be deterred from it. I'd say add it into your own practice, play around with the idea of it, because it's almost always based off something. And like in the Craft video that's coming out next week, I hope, fingers crossed, watch it not come out next week now, but I'm gonna try. A lot of the spells and rituals in the Craft were pre-existing before the movie was even created. So there's a reason that it has such a strong influence on magical practices and magical practitioners of the time, was because it resonated deeply with us, because the things in that movie are based so heavily in the real world. The line between something that is solely in fantasy and solely in reality is so blurred that you can cross things backwards and forwards between them, which I think is really interesting. How can I tell if someone else is cursed? I have a full video on Are You Cursed? I think it's called Are You Cursed? And hopefully that will give you more information, because it's like 30 minutes long and I'm not going to be able to go through everything in this video, unfortunately. But I hope that one does help. It covers like different signs and symptoms as well as like potential causes. How do you deal with witchy burnout? I actually have a full video on burnout. It's on my channel if you would like to watch it. Best advice I can give, don't freak out about being burned out, because it's only going to make it worse. Just get out, do other hobbies, dive into something else in your life, whether it's friends or family, maybe it's art or drawing or music, maybe it's getting out into nature, reconnecting with your surroundings. The biggest thing is, it's a bit like when people say, don't think of a polar bear. And you're like, now all I can think about is a polar bear. Like, I know it's really difficult to like not focus on being burnt out when you feel burned out, but best thing you can do is just to try and add other things into your life that you're passionate about and that you enjoy. And then over time, you'll fade from that burnout and then you can start back up again. Would you say that Glastonbury is the best place to visit for shopping anything witchcraft? Out of the places I have been, yes. And bearing in mind here, I have not been to, I forget where she came from actually. There's a village where Sybil Leek lived, Sybil Leek being a very famous magical practitioner. In that town, there are lots of witchy shops. And then Edinburgh also has a lot of witchy shops, and I've not been to either of these places. But in my experience, Glastonbury is great because although there are a lot of witchy filler, you know, there's a lot of shops that are like, here, have a wand that's made of plastic. Witchy, right? There's also a lot of shops where if you spend any time talking to the owners or the workers in, you'll realize that they're all so deep within their own magical tradition. I know I speak of them a lot, but it's because I love them. Sons of Asgard, you just have to talk to anyone in that shop and you're like, wow, you are a wealth of knowledge. I could stay here all day. And that to me is the distinction between a generic witchy shop that you can find anywhere and a shop where you can gain actual knowledge. Another shop for this is Starchild. Super knowledgeable in there as well. Like, there are so many places in Glastonbury that have incredibly knowledgeable people. I think another one is, I think the shop is called the Crystal Man. So knowledgeable, like unbelievably knowledgeable. So for me, it's my favorite place, but there's probably other shops like it in other places around the country that I just haven't been to. And also up in Scotland as well, because obviously it's different. But you know what I mean? Like, I haven't been, but I'm sure that there's lots of amazing practitioners who own shops there as well. I have no idea where I was. Oh no! Oh, I think I was kind of I know it's gonna jump like any minute, so I'm like really nervous about it. Okay, this is one that was based on a question from earlier. So how would you suggest I approach collecting bones? I do believe this was regarding the bone throwing and bone divination. I found a few big ones in the forest, but I'm not sure if it's okay to take them. Maybe you should also tell a bit about disinfecting them. So I am not the best person to speak on when it comes to bone cleaning or anything like that. So I would recommend finding a bone artist or someone who specializes in working with remains and bones, because they will usually have their prep work kind of laid out. They'll show it. There's a few on Instagram that I do follow. I don't remember any of their names. I'm bad with names. I'm good with faces. So I'd find someone specific to ask about the cleaning of and the making sure that it's done in a suitable way. But when it comes to not sure if you should take them or not, this is going to come down to how, as in how the bones have ended up where they are and in the state that they are in. Who, as in who the bones are from, and whether or not that animal will have wanted to work with you or not. And also, like, why you're taking them, what are you willing to offer in return, what are your plans with them. So a lot of bones that you will find are natural fall. And I would say when it comes to working with bones for divination, that is the way to go. I personally do not feel comfortable with bones, taxidermy that have been bred and killed specifically for the purpose of doing it. I'm not for that at all. Ethical all the way as far as I'm concerned. So usually it will be things like roadkill, those kind of things. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I know some people aren't super comfortable with it, but I'll just kind of skim over the surface. So obviously they're less likely to want to work with you if they have been harmed for the purpose of working with you. So natural fall, preferably, cleaned in a suitable way. But also, is this animal someone or something that you would want to work with? Is it an animal that you feel really connected to? Maybe it is a hare or a squirrel or a rabbit or something like this. Is it something that you want to connect with? Do you feel comfortable being in that space? Do you get a really uncomfortable feeling like they don't want you there? Or do you feel welcomed, like you're walking home after a long day? Like, what is that feeling that you get when you're in that space? Are you going to be respecting and working with that animal, or are you only going to be using the bones? If you're only going to be using the bones, it might not matter to you whether or not you have a connection to the animal or not. If you are wanting to work with the animal, you may want to sit and work with their energy, with their spirit, ask permission, spend time with them, be nurturing and kind. There's so many different things when it comes to connecting with bones. I might have to do a full video on it, actually thinking about it, because there is like so much. But generally, be respectful, be courteous. If the answer is no, it's a no. That applies to everything. And be gentle, because some of these animals are going to be very fearful and their energy might be quite different than what you would normally work with. Okay. Where was I? My ear is so itchy. It's being under all these hot lights. That's what does it. Right, where was I? I'm completely lost as to where I was. Oh no. Oh. What should I use Chalice Well and White Spring Water for? So these are two springs or wells of water that are found in Glastonbury, and the waters are quite different. One is very high in, I think it is calcium, and that's why it's called the White Well, and the other is very high in iron, and that's why it's the Red Well. So I have bottles of it in my fridge, and I can always tell the difference between the red and the white, because the red has sediment settled at the bottom. It's got deposits in it that make the water red. Well, they make the sediment that's left behind red. The water itself isn't red, but it does taste irony. And so when it comes to white well water, I will typically use this for healing, for cleansing, for purification. For me, the red water from the chalice well, I will often use as power, as drive, as motivation, as almost life force, because it has that strong iron content that we do so heavily associate with life and blood and kind of presence, like our connection with the world. Like, this is our link to the world around us. So those are how I use the two of them. Many people will use it the other way around. They will consider the white well water to be energizing and powerful and the chalice well water to be cleansing. It's really going to depend on how you feel working with them, but those are typically the ones that I like the associations. Oh, it jumped! Oh no! Right. I am going to take a few minutes to go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to find where I was, and I will come back, and we will continue this. So I will see you all in a minute. I will be just a few moments, and then we can get back into this. I even have like a really cool Be Right Back screen now that I made specifically for this purpose. So I'll be 2 minutes, or something similar. Okay, we're back. I did see someone go, "Oh, halftime," and I was like, I kind of like that. I feel like I should make this a thing that I do because I love doing live streams, right? But 4 hours is a long time to be sat in one place. I did touch up my lipstick, and now I feel like it's all over my teeth. So what's new? I do it in my bloopers and I do it in the live streams. So yeah, 4 hours is a long time to be sat in one place. So I kind of like the fact that now, like if I need to pee, I can get up to pee. Because it's kind of stressful being like, I've got to be sat here for 4 hours and I can't move. So thank you everyone who stuck around for the 2 minutes that I was gone. 4 hours is a short live stream for me. So like, I feel like I should probably do like, have like a few minutes break in the middle. Just so that I can stand up for a while. That could be quite good. So, the chat did jump. So I have lost a few messages, but I'm hoping that I still have the majority. Which way is it? This way. I hope that I still have the majority of them in this. Fingers crossed. So, have you read The Discovery of Witches? If so, what did you think? There's a TV series, but I read the book. So I have the book and I have never read it. I need to get round to reading it. I really do, but I haven't got round to it. So I'll have to add it to my ever increasing to be read pile because I've heard great things about it. But then I've also heard people say that they really didn't like it, but I'm not sure if that's just people. Because, like, some people will always hate a TV show if it's based off a book because the books are usually better. So I'm not sure if they're just saying that because they don't like the TV show or if they just don't like the book. I don't know, but I will give it a go. Where did you get your shirt from? This is from River Island. I'll be honest, it's the only physical shop that I go to. There is just, like, one River Island close enough to me that I'm willing to make the trip. And I will occasionally go. That's why all my earrings are from River Island, because like it's the only physical place that I go to. So yeah, this one's from River Island. And I'm kind of scared to wash it, honestly. Like, I find that anything that's black and white like this, when you wash it, the white just kind of goes like a shade of grey. So I'm really scared that the more I wash it, the less black and white it's going to be. And just like the more grey and black it's going to be, which isn't bad, but like not quite what I was going for. Do you suggest taking a shower before every spell or divination or washing your hands is fine? Do you also do it after? I don't do either, I'll be honest. Like, I'll wash my hands afterwards if I'm doing a... Okay, so there's a few like exceptions to the rule. I don't wash my hands or shower before or after, wow, my voice broke then, or after divination or spellwork. I will wash my hands after if I've used herbs and oils, and I will often shower after if I've done a banishing, removing, or a spell that involves working with some not so nice energies. So this could be like a complex cleansing that I've needed to draw on some not so nice things in a space or out of an object. So I'll wash my hands after those instances and have a shower. Beforehand, I will only shower if it is for a healing working, and that is just because I found that to be the most useful for me. But obviously, everyone is going to be completely different there, and also different traditions are going to very much depend on the things that you do before and after. So there's some traditions that very heavily say that you shower before every single ritual. And if that's a tradition that you follow, then do follow that. But if you are more eclectic, then you don't necessarily need to follow that to the T unless you feel it's going to benefit your practice. How often do you talk to your deity? Whenever they want me to talk to them is honestly the way it goes. And if I need to do a working with one of them, then I will interact with them as well. It's a different relationship than you would maybe see with especially people who've come from a very Christian background. It's a very different kind of interaction. There's no like daily connection there. They're always present, but the interaction is only when it's necessary, like when they want to let me know something or when I want to ask them something, these kind of things. Do you have any tips to better connect to a tarot deck? I bought the Wildwood Tarot a few months ago and I just can't do a reading with it. So this could be good to, generally it's good to sleep near your divination tools to start off with. so that sleep with it under a pillow or on a bedside table, just to have that deep connection, especially with your subconscious, because when you are asleep, you are more likely to have a connection to something. This goes with deities, spirits, entities, anything like that, because your subconscious mind is at the forefront rather than your conscious mind. Did I say that right? Your subconscious mind is at the forefront. Yeah. So sleeping next to or being around a divination deck, or really any kind of divination, is useful, as well as taking time every day to go through the cards, look at the images, put yourself within the images, pick out things from the imagery that might be symbolic or significant to you. And if after a few months in the future you still are not able to do successful readings, then it may well be that the deck just isn't for you. And that happens. You know, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes we get something and we think it's going to work really well for us, and then it just doesn't. And it's annoying, but that's kind of how this works, unfortunately. Trying to figure out where I was again and failing. Do you prefer using a wand or do you just use your hands? I primarily just use hands unless there's a ritual setting that calls for using a wand, or sometimes it calls for using an athame instead of a wand. So it really depends on the situation, but usually I would use my hands because I'm lazy and it's easier. Many spells say drop an item, pop it or jar into running water. That's illegal and irresponsible because it's littering. What's a good alternative for dropping a spell into running water? I think it's important to remember that some of these instances of doing this, it's going to depend on what items you're using. So usually spells that call for these kind of things often involve entirely natural items. So, for instance, returning a hagstone to the water to end a working is fairly traditional, and I personally wouldn't consider that littering. It's a natural stone returning into a natural environment, probably one that you may have found it in the first place. So, in some instances, it's not illegal and it's not littering, depending on what it is that you are using, and that's really important to note here. And then the alternatives to it, it's going to depend on what it is that spell was for. So water, depending on how you're going to be using it, can be done in different ways. So if it is for releasing it into the air, so you want to release it out into the world, you could burn those items and then release the ashes into the air to release it, to allow it to do its thing. Or if it was to be dropped into stagnant water as a way of breaking down and degrading and rotting, then you can have a jar that's full of stale water, or you can take water from a bog or something like that, and then put the items into that jar and seal it up to allow the energy to rot and decay over time. So what it is that you are using and why you're using it is going to make a big difference. So sometimes it'll be okay. Honestly, it depends on what items you're using. So like a hagstone or a stone that you've taken, or herbs, for instance, is one thing. You know, they are natural items that come from the environment. They haven't been altered, and then they're going to break down in the environment, and they're not going to negatively impact anything. But I have seen, and I'm sure a lot of us have seen, spells and rituals where the author has said to throw a plastic bottle into the ocean. I'm not going to name the book, but I have read a book on water magic where the author has said to throw a plastic bottle used in spells into the ocean. Please don't do that. I don't have to explain. I shouldn't have to explain anyway why we don't throw plastic bottles into the ocean. And I would really hope that as practitioners, we're able to be better, you know, when it comes to these things. Because some people do scary things with objects that are going to hurt other people and animals and the environment, and it kind of scares me. let's go for this one. If you had the chance to create a witchy garden, what would you name it? Mine would be Moonlit Grove. That's really beautiful. I will be honest, I am not a naming kind of person. You know, some people will name everything that they own. You know, their car has a name, their phone has a name, their blender has a name. I'm bad at remembering the names that I give things. So it would probably just be the garden, because I'm really that boring. And if I were to remember the name, I'd have to have it on a sign at all times. And even then I would probably forget. But Moonlit Garden, was it Moonlit Garden? Moonlit Grove. That's a really beautiful name. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. I'm not sure if you've already answered this, but do you have any encounters with shadow people or watchers? See, this I've had this conversation about 50 times in these live streams. I know I'm on live stream number 49, but I'm close enough. I can say 50 now. Well, almost 50. And I have so many people tell me that shadow people and shades aren't called watchers. Watchers mean something else. They're referring to something else. And then I have other people that tell me that no, shadow people and shades are called watchers. I get so darn confused by the entire thing. So I've had encounters with shades or shadow people basically my entire life. They've always just been around and I adore them. I'm not going to go too deep into them because I've done it like 50 times, but I love working with them. They are the puppies of the spirit world. In my experience anyway, I absolutely love them. I am still confused as to the watcher term because I have seen and I have been asked so many questions, and sometimes people use the term watcher to mean shade, and sometimes it means angelic figures that have fallen from heaven, and sometimes it means something else, and I'm so confused. I feel like social media is making all of these terms mean like 50 different things, and it confuses me every single time. Do 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 da 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 da. What basic safety measures are you recommending or would you recommend for someone who wants to start spirit work or work with entities such as deities, angels, demons, or whatever? So, okay, very, very basic things that probably need to be covered. And it does, as mentioned, probably need a little bit more specification, but I can specify different examples. So if you are working in your home, right, you're working in your home, you're not planning on calling forward or evoking anything that is malicious, dangerous, or potentially hazardous, right? You're just wanting to work with spirits. And so you're not actively seeking out a particular like personality, because some people will actively seek out like negative spirits to work with them. Just general spirit work, whether that's angels, whether that's deities, whether that's ancestors, whether that's standard spirits. I would say have some kind of protections in your home. So these could be a protective shield. This could be a charm that protects the house. You're going to want something to act as protection to keep anything really malicious out. You're then going to want some kind of personal protection. This could be a piece of jewelry. This could be a sigil that is drawn on your arm and charged. This could be a pouch that you keep on you. This could be something like a witch's bottle, which is used as an external form of protection that acts as a scapegoat. It is a representation of you without actively being you, so negative energy is directed towards the witch bottle instead of at you. Some kind of personal protection. Then I would recommend having some kind... The button on my shirt just popped so loudly. Then I would recommend having some kind of emergency protection. So this would be something like a protection shield or some kind of quick acting protective bubble that you can put up to make sure that you're safe. And then lastly, I'd recommend having some kind of cleansing or banishing routine that you can carry out if spirits do not automatically depart when you close that working up. So those are kind of really generic things. If we're talking summoning and working with spirits externally, so outside of the home, I would recommend creating some kind of protective space that you can work within. This gives you protection yourself and also gives the spirit protection as well. It also means that no highly negative or dangerous spirits are able to enter that space easily. And so it gives you a little bit of a safeguard to say, okay, well, the spirit I'm working with has managed to get through this protection. Now, that doesn't necessarily offer you total protection, but it does give you a little bit of a heads up if something isn't quite right. Then you would have your personal protections on you, your emergency protections, and some kind of way to banish or release from that space. But banishing in this scenario isn't quite as significant because if you're working outside of the home, you're in an environment where their presence isn't necessarily going to impact you for days, weeks, years, months, decades. You know, it's not going to negatively impact your space necessarily. If you do want to work with something more malicious, something with a little bit of a temper or maybe a bad attitude, then I would say you might want to be working inside of a protective circle that then has a protective circle inside of that. So this offers a secondary level of safeguarding. So you are protected inside your secondary circle, but then there's a circle there that houses that spirit. And this is something I wouldn't do for all spirits. It can be very insulting to spirits that have your best interests at heart. But if you know that you're working with a spirit or a demon that isn't particularly nice, friendly, kind, then having that additional protection where they are not able to get to you through this circle unless you allow it gives you that extra safeguard along with everything else I've already mentioned. So it is very variable, but those are kind of the general things I would say. Can a demon attach itself to a guide? I had one of my guides struggle with one for a long time. Attached to, maybe not, but bother, really annoy, struggle to get rid of. Yeah, because it's a bit like having a stalker, for instance, or having an annoying person just try and talk to you and distract you all of the time. I don't necessarily think that they can have attachments the same way we can, because you're dealing with two non-corporeal beings, whereas with us, we are a corporeal being that has an attachment of a non-corporeal spirit. But they can certainly be hounded by and annoyed, and it can get really distracting, it can be off-putting, and in some cases it can be very hazardous for them. So not just demons, but really any negative spirit can kind of target other spirits and really bother them. Right, where was I? What do ghosts look like? Are they as scary as in horror movies? I mean, a horror movie has been created for the sole purpose of scaring the bejeebus out of you, and usually it's not going to be like that. Different spirits are going to manifest to different people in different ways, and depending on what you're good at, you're going to find that you're going to interact with them in different ways as well. So I have had full body apparitions. The biggest full body apparition I've ever had also involved it being completely black and white. And it was like there was an inch all the way around this figure that was walking across the hallway, where the wallpaper on the other side of the spirit was also black and white, as though it was sucking the colour out of everything. So I've had full body apparitions. I've had partial apparitions of just arms. That's kind of creepy, where you just see a phantom arm and literally nothing else. You can have footsteps. You can have spirits that just show up as like a distortion in the air. So almost how when you put a straw into a glass of water, the water distorts the placement of the straw. The straw is straight, but it distorts how the straw appears. That's kind of what some spirits will show up as. They will just be like a shift in what everything else normally looks like. You can hear laughter, footsteps, talking, whispering, knocking, things moving. I've had it where spirits have like knocked all the way down my kitchen towards me, which is really creepy. And by the way, update on that, never happened again. Never ever happened. I ignored it. As it was happening, I just ignored it. And within a few days, it had just disappeared. Now, my kitchen hasn't changed. Nothing in my kitchen has changed since like the early 2000s. And all of a sudden, the knocking started. And just as quickly as it started, it disappeared again. So of course, spirits can be not very nice to look at, But just because something is not nice to look at doesn't make them scary. It just means that it doesn't fit within the aesthetics of what we find attractive. So they can be unusual looking, maybe not quite what you were expecting, but not necessarily scary like horror movies, because I mean, they make spirits purposefully scary. Like they're designed to trigger our instincts to run and to be scared, whereas spirits in the real world usually aren't trying to do that. I mean, some of them probably do, but they aren't trying to. Right, where was I think I was about here. Oh my goodness, I did not see this. Thank you so much, Star Search Reject. Thank you so much. I can't believe I didn't see this. I really apologise. I'm venturing into the world of poppets. What would happen if some calamity were to befall a poppet that was actively in use? So it's going to depend on what that poppet was for. But often, the best way I can describe it is that it's almost like when astral projecting. So astral projection is where your astral body is separated from your physical form. But the ties that link your physical body and your astral form are so taut, they're like really strongly in place, that any bump, bang, nudge, knock, loud noise, anything, and you're instantly snapped back again, basically. So that's why astral projection can often be very difficult, especially if you're trying to do it at night, when you're trying to do it during sleep and you live with pets or a partner or children. It can be really difficult because any noise that jolts us can just snap us back again. When it comes to working with poppets, you are working them as a link to the targeted person. So this can be for positive or for negative, it doesn't really matter. That poppet is a representation of that person. And so because of that, there are energetic ties that link that poppet to the person. But these ties are so easy to break. I mean, it takes ages to learn how to grow these ties, how to form them, and essentially spell them into your rituals. And so if you, for instance, a house fire were to break out, and that poppet, along with everything else, goes up into smoke, it's unlikely to impact the person that the poppet is for, because those energetic ties are so delicate that strong event probably just completely snapped them. And this is why, if you're doing a poppet for protection, for instance, it's recommended that you would wrap it in a soft cloth and then keep it in a soft place where it's not going to get thrown around, damaged, knocked off a shelf or anything like that, because what we do to it has an impact on those energetic ties. And yes, while to some degree it may impact someone, so for instance, if you did a spell for protection and you found that it got knocked off a shelf, for instance, or there was an earthquake or something like this and it gets jostled around, it doesn't necessarily mean that that exact thing is going to manifest in the life of the person, but you might find that something shakes the aspect of their life that you were working with. If it was for protection, you might find that they had a near miss, or something didn't work out quite right, or that day just wasn't their day, and you might find that it lines up with when this event happened with the poppet. So that's why it's really important to keep poppets safe. Really, any strong event can break those ties, and then you have to start building them again, which is time consuming and just generally really annoying. Where was I? I can't figure out where I was. Oh my goodness, where was I? I'm completely lost. How did I do that? Do you have any good book recommendations on Bridget and Ceridwen? I recently got an Oracle deck that has them in and I want to know more about them. I will have to see if I can find the books. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, but I will try. So, let's see. What do we have here? We have... here's one, if I can reach it. and my entire bookshelf just falls down. Where is my one on Bridget? I can do this one for now anyway. So with Bridget, it's going to depend on the type of literature that you're after, because there are a variety of different versions of Bridget depending on who you're talking to and the book that you're reading. But there is this book. This is Ceridwen, Celtic Goddess of Inspiration by Christopher Hughes. Now, I had the amazing chance of listening to him speak at the Witchfest conference last year, and I got this while I was there. And he is a Welsh practitioner who is very well versed on Ceridwen, and so this is the book that I got, and it looks amazing. So I'll read a little bit of it. I don't want to read too much because that can be a bit much, but this says, an authentic guide to the Welsh magical bard tradition. The witch goddess Ceridwen is the focus of devotion and reverence amongst witches and pagans around the world. This book traces Ceridwen's roots through layers of history and myth, and it provides hands-on exercises and visionary rites to help you realize her immeasurable power in your own magical practice. Based on years of extensive research by Christopher Hughes, this wonderful book shows you how to evoke the magic of ecstasy, poetry, and song as you join the lineage of magical bards who have explored the secrets of Arwen and Ceridwen's cauldron of inspiration. You will also discover first ever English translations from ancient Welsh manuscripts, as well as Christopher's powerful approach to contemplative journeying, working with sigils, and creating an altar. With rituals for initiation, affirmation, and clarity, this deeply poetic book explores the transformative energies of the goddess of witches. So that's this book. I really enjoy this one, and really, really good speaker as well. So if you have the chance to see him speak, I would thoroughly recommend it. He's really, really good. Put this back up here again. Oh! Oops! It went straight over the other side. Okay. That is what I get for trying to stack books one on top of the other. Ah, dear. That's what I get. Okay. When it comes to working with Bridget, I'm trying to figure out where I've put it. I'm not sure where I've put it. It's somewhere around here. I do have a book on Bridget. If I can figure out what it is, I will photograph it and put it on Instagram, right? I know I only just went for a break, but I've drank so much water, so I'm going to take another bathroom break. Feel free to anyone who wants to go and get a drink and then come back in a few minutes. I'm only going to be a few minutes, so I will see you then. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Right. I tried to be quick this time because I know that I already had a break like half an hour ago or something. So we are back. And I did think on the Bridget book. I have one, and it's actually by Pagan Portals, and it's one of the few books on Bridget that is actually pretty decent. Wait, did I say one of the only books on Bridget? I meant one of the only books by Pagan Portals that I actually find to be decent. So that one is all right. The only problem I've got with it is it's really small and it's expensive for what it is, which is always my problem with Pagan Portal books. They're really expensive, but sorry, I just scared someone. I just kind of popped back up again and started speaking. But they're one of the only like Pagan Portal books that I have found to have enough good information in it to override the fact that it's a bit more expensive. But I'm sure that there are other books on Bridget out there. The kind of books that you will find, though, tend to be in a few categories. So sometimes Bridget is considered to be a fire goddess, like a goddess of the hearth. Sometimes she's associated with poetry or blacksmithing. Sometimes it's healing and midwifery. And so the kind of varieties of Bridget are diverse. And so some books will consider them to be the same goddess. Others consider these kind of three distinct aspects of Bridget to be three different goddesses, maybe three sisters, or much like, say, the triple goddess that we see a lot, Mother, Maiden, Crone, is it three different versions of Bridget? That's another interesting idea. So it's difficult to find books on Bridget that all perfectly line up because it's going to all depend on the perspective of the author. Right, where was I? Wait, is that song from Barbie? What is that movie? But it's the one where like one wears pink and one wears purple and they're in a cute little... Yeah, that's the one about the Princess and the Pauper. I have no idea where that came from. I think it's because I keep seeing the little videos of those two dogs on Instagram. You know, the ones from the Barbie movie where they're like two dancing dogs and they're really creepy. I'm glad someone knew what that was. I would have been thinking about that for ages. Oh, just another random piece of music. Where was I? Do you know anything about energy vampires? And if you do, how can you tell if you're an energy vampire towards the others around you? So an energy vampire is sometimes known as a psi vampire or an energy leech. Now, these are people, mostly unintentionally, who feed and draw off the energy of others. So some people will not know that they are doing this. Other people will be actively doing this and really don't care if they cause people problems. So the big difference here is that if you want to know whether you're doing it, you have to find the dividing line between enjoying social company and feeling empowered in an energetic sense. So often energy vampires will feel really drained if they've spent a lot of time doing spells, rituals, or just going about their day-to-day life, and they haven't had close contact with someone else. And it doesn't matter who that person is. So that could be standing at the printer next to your colleague Gary. Sorry, Gary, you're the target in this. So it doesn't matter if it's your random colleague Gary that you've spoken to 3 times, or if it's your best friend Susan. It really doesn't matter. When you spend time around that person, you feel energized, and they slowly start getting tired. They might be going home really often. You might find that they're basically falling asleep. They're not paying attention to you. Like, they are obviously energetically drained, the kind of way you would be after being awake all night. You know, you're that kind of drained, but you're super energized. And this is kind of the thing that happens with energy vampires, is that they channel the energy of someone else. So whereas a lot of practitioners will draw on the earth and they will ground and draw energy up from nature, or they'll work with trees, or they'll work with crystals and stones, maybe even the elements or spirits, energy vampires will draw on people, often accidentally. Now, the difference between this and just being a social butterfly is that if you enjoy socializing, you'll probably enjoy socializing with people that you get on with. You'll feel energized and happy and joyful when you're around people that you want to be around. But maybe Gary from the printer doesn't really make you feel happy and cheerful. Maybe you just want to get home and see your best friend Susan. Like, that's really the difference here. Most people maybe don't realize that they're doing it. It's something that you can stop, and other people can stop as well. But it's something that a lot of people don't realize that they're doing. It's often someone else that points it out for them. So yeah, it's not the same as someone who just needs and likes socializing. It's like you are, by default in some cases, draining the energy of everyone. Like, even if you're not talking to someone, just standing too close to someone in an elevator is going to be drawing their energy, rather than you having like a riveting conversation and enjoying being present in that situation. It's just like the presence of an energy source. In this case, it's a person, rather than any kind of social interaction that you're having, like conversation or a party or something. So it's not the situation, it's simply the presence of an energy source. That's kind of the distinction. And so a lot of people might think that they're energy vampires when actually they're just social. And that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing inherently wrong with being an energy vampire, as long as if you're made aware of it, you are aware that you could be doing it, and it may well be worth having some protections up or carrying around objects that are high in energy, so that you can draw on the energy of the object rather than the people around you. In reference to green witches, have you heard of, or are aware of any rituals where you add a little bit of your blood to the plant soil? Yes. So there's a few reasons. I feel like I work with several energy vampires. Honestly, Phil, you might. There's a few different ways or reasons why people would add blood to the soil. The one that I know probably more than anything is when you are using that plant as a gauge, as a protection. It's kind of complicated because it's going to depend on what you want that plant to be for. But an example of this would be if you want, I spoke about this briefly in my Ostara video, but if you want a plant to represent protection, and so it's going to be a protective agent for you, you would add a tag lock of yourself, for instance, into that soil. So that could be something like blood, saliva. That is then imbued into that plant. So that plant is then linked to you energetically. And so when the energy around you is particularly negative or hostile, you might find that the plant starts doing poorly. It starts dying, it starts wilting, and all the plants around it that you're treating the exact same are fine, and this plant isn't. And that can be a sign that there is something going on there energetically that you might want to work with. You can do this for really any intention at all, whether this is maybe money or luck. When your luck is maybe not going to be in your favor, the plant may start wilting. When it's going to be in your favor, it might be very bright and lively. That's just one example of why people would add blood into the soil. There's also linking it so that you give and you take, so that when you take something from the plant, you are giving something in return, and some people will do that with blood. One thing with blood that I will have to say every single time, because I know people do daft things with it: sanitize. Please be sanitary. Do not take risks with these kind of things. It is not worth it. If in doubt, don't, is probably the best advice I can give anyone in these instances. Oh, okay, here we go. I'm finding myself confused with my practice, as I have been into secular witchcraft and is intermingling with my Latin American roots. Is that wrong? No, not at all. Not at all. Magical practice is found all over the world in varying forms, and it adapts based on the person, their own history, their heritage, their beliefs, their culture, everything. So you might, instead of defining yourself as being a secular witch, go more towards the eclectic. Maybe you want to dive a little bit more into your roots and see what aspects of that you can draw into your practice and have success with. And it might not be solely secular anymore, but it's going to be maybe more in tune with you and what works best for you. There's not really any right or wrong when it comes to witchcraft in general. Of course, there's going to be specific categories and practices that are going to have strong right or wrong, but unless you're following a tradition that is going to stop you from connecting with your Latin American roots, then there is really no problem with that. And witchcraft is so adaptable that ideally you would want to adapt it to your particular circumstances so that you get a better fit. It's more tailor-made just for you. And that applies for everyone, by the way. If you want to like mix things, try things, see which aspects of your heritage that you can draw on and add into your witchcraft, then all power to you, because that's a great way of making it way more connected to you, which is particularly good if you find that the witchcraft in books is a little bit sanitized, because it usually is. In order to sell copies, they minimize witchcraft down to being basically nothing. And so if you want to add extra flair to it by incorporating it into your own history and your own culture and folklore and mythology, then that's a great way of adding that spark into your practice. I'm trying to figure out where I was again and I'm already lost. How does this happen? I don't know. Oh, would you consider making a video about working with servitors? Yeah, I'm not opposed to making a video on said subject. The reason I haven't so far is that it's currently being written in a form of media. And I don't want to use everything that is going into said form of media in a video, because then there would be no point in me writing said form of media. So I'm like trying to balance like not doing too many things in videos just yet and still doing what people want me to do. Right. Do you use singing in your workings, or can it be used? It definitely can be used, and it's a wonderful way to raise energy, to make the space energetically active, to connect with other people within a group. That's a great way of doing it. A lot of people will chant and sing around a fire during Esbat and Sabbat rituals. There's so many different things that you can do with it. I have a playlist. If anyone wants the playlist, I will try and, is it linked in the description box? If it isn't linked in the description box, I should put it in the description box. I have a Spotify that has like loads of witchy music on it, and I have a playlist actually that's on my page that is like a bunch of witchy music, and I will pick a piece that particularly attunes with the kind of working that I'm doing, and while I'm preparing for that spell or ritual, I will be listening to and singing along to a lot of the songs just to kind of set the energy in that space just right. This is particularly good if you want to work with a deity as well, because there are so many songs to Ceridwen, to Brigid, to Hecate, to Diana. Like there's so many different songs that are dedicated to deities. You know, you've got Pan, Herne, Keranos, the list goes on. And so if you can listen to music, it's an act of dedication to that particular deity, whether it's for the working or in general. So music is really good for that, and that's how I tend to use it. I love listening to pagan-y, witchy music just before I do spellwork and ritual. Usually I turn it off when I'm actively working because my concentration isn't that good. But beforehand, I tend to listen to it then. If the Fae are non-corporeal, is it any use to give them physical offerings or build them fairy houses in your garden? So this might be a little confusing, but it's a little bit how food is given during Dom Supper at Samhain to ancestors or the people who've gone before. So just because it's physical doesn't mean there aren't aspects of it that can't be utilized. So when you are giving offerings, whether that is milk, whether that is food, whether that is incense smoke, maybe you are leaving alcohol. This applies to like many different spirits, not just the Fae. You'll find that they may well rot faster, that they will go bad faster, they might dry out faster than food that is left in other areas of the home, because they're able to draw energetically on that substance without necessarily taking it away physically. So if you're expecting your cupcake to disappear, it will not disappear. But you may well find that it goes bad so much faster than a cupcake that's been left out for a completely different purpose. Now, when it comes to fairy houses, it really depends on what the purpose of that house is. So I have seen quite a few accounts out there that talk about fairy houses as though the Fae are small, cute little pixies like Tinkerbell that live in trees. And although there are plenty small, cute little Fae with wings that live in trees, that definitely isn't all of Fae. And it probably isn't the reason why fairy houses are used by the majority. So a lot of fairy houses, a bit like spirit houses or familiar houses, are designed to act as a physical stopping point, a safe space for spirits to reside in whilst they're in the physical plane. So when we are creating a servitor or when we are housing a familiar, so you'll often create a familiar vessel or a familiar house when you are working with a familiar spirit. This acts as a location that is a safe space for the spirit to reside when it is in our realm, and also where we are able to give offerings freely. It is a space that is often protected, and this could be good if anyone is worried about leaving out food offerings for Fae or any kind of spirit. If you create a spirit house that is a sealed box, essentially. Now, I know that some animals, like raccoons, will probably still be able to get in, but not every country has raccoons. This box can then be used as essentially a sealed, locked vessel for food offerings to go into, where spirits can pass through freely, because that lock is not going to stop a spirit, but it may well stop pesky animals and insects and stuff from getting into it where you don't want them to, where it might put them in danger. You know, like milk is not good for a lot of animals. You might want to leave it out for the Fae, but you don't want to harm the local cats or hedgehogs, for instance. Then you might want to use this kind of spirit vessel, spirit house idea to lock away your offerings. So it's kind of the idea that even though something is non-corporeal, it can still be present in this world. It just is not going to be knocking on your front door. You know, it's not going to be making a home physically in that Fae house, but it might be using it as a safe space to gather offerings together and to have a little bit of respite. So it's a really interesting idea, and we see this in lots of different places around the world. So you have spirit houses that are kept in graveyards in some countries that are used as vessels for the human dead. You have familiar vessels, spirit boxes, spirit houses, haunted dolls, these kind of things, which act as a vessel for that spirit while it's in the human world or the physical world. The world doesn't belong to us, but we like to think that it does. What spells would you suggest for a beginner? How beginner are we talking? Because if we're talking just got started, don't know anything, then none. And I would never ever recommend spells for that kind of a beginner. If we're talking, I know my foundational practices, I know how to meditate, energy sense, I know how to ground and center and work with my energy, I know the dangers of what I'm getting into. That kind of a beginner. I would say good spells would be protection spells, because they're the kind of spells that you can layer. So you can do a lot of practice in a really short amount of time, because you can layer protection spell on protection spell on protection spell. They're usually not going to inhibit a previous protection spell. They're just going to build upon it. And that way you can make sure that you're really protected, and also it gets some practice in the process. And then some probably smaller spells. things that are only going to impact a few days in the future. It might be starting to work with sigils, kind of low energy workings, just to get a feel for it. Because what scares a lot of beginners is when they do a working and they get a really strong response that maybe wasn't what they were expecting, and it has a tendency to freak a lot of people out. So just starting small, with sigils, maybe burning some petitions, doing a few smaller candle magic spells, and then dipping your toes, getting deeper and deeper and deeper into it. But if you're brand new, then I have a beginner playlist that I would recommend, but you don't have to watch that. You can go, never mind, I'm not going to watch it, and that's fine. But just make sure that you know, like, your energy sensing, energy manipulation, grounding, centering, know what witchcraft is and what it isn't, like where the lines are drawn between witchcraft and Wicca, what different terms mean, because that's another thing that can confuse people. What's the difference between a banishing and a binding? What is the difference between a freezer spell and a binding spell? Because these are things that might trip you up when you're trying to figure out the kind of workings that you want to start with. Can you charge via the moon an item when the sky is overcast or when it's raining? Yes. Also, can you do the aforementioned when the moon isn't full? Yes to both. So the best way to think of it is that the moon has an impact on our planet regardless of whether the clouds are in its way. Like, the moon still affects the tides even when it's cloudy. The tide is still moving even when it's raining. So that energy is still going to impact us and our working regardless of whether something is covering it. So it doesn't really make a difference. Whether or not you charge on the full moon, on the waning, on the waxing, on the new moon, is going to depend on why you're charging that item. Now, the one thing that I would say always be cautious of is don't do something just because a book tells you to do it. I see a lot of books saying, charge amethyst on the full moon. And it's like, why? So never just do something. Ask yourself why every time, because it really helps people grow their practice. Like, always try and figure out the reason something is done. So oftentimes what people say when they say charge your crystals on the full moon is, if you have a positive intention that you want to manifest, then that full moon is a good all-purpose energy. It isn't going to be suitable for everything, but it covers a lot of the positive intentions that a lot of people are trying to manifest. So if you want luck or love or money, then the full moon is a really good time to do that. However, if you've got a crystal that is for attraction of positive things, attraction of money, then charging it on the waxing moon is probably preferable to charging it on the full moon. If you want to cleanse something from your space, if you want to use a crystal for protection, for cleansing, for clearing away things you don't want, then actually charging those crystals on the waning moon, where the energy is removing and dissipating, would actually be probably better for this situation. If you want to work with energies of introspection, of reflection, contemplation, if you want to do inner workings, then charging a crystal during the new moon, or even better, the dark moon, which is the darkest moon in the 3 days of the new moon, then that's a great way of bringing that extra energy into your spells and rituals. So a lot of books will say full moon, always the full moon, but really play around with it, see what works best, because you may well find that a different moon phase might be preferable for what it is that you're after. Oh, we've changed again to that song that no one can agree as to what it is. I think during the last live stream I had like 5 different songs that could have been, and I still have no idea what it was. Where was I? Have you ever communicated with a fae with a pendulum? I haven't, no. All of my interactions with the fae have been out in nature or have been in my home when I've not really been intending on working, communicating, or connecting with. They have a tendency to pop up at random times for me. When I work with the fae, it is more of kind of an interaction on their terms a little bit more than it is mine. And rarely do I consider communicating with them via a pendulum. It's not that they wouldn't per se, but to communicate via a pendulum is to allow a spirit to take some control in that situation. So it's the micro movements of our hands and our bodies that cause pendulums to move. That's what makes it shake. That's why it's so good for figuring out what our subconscious mind wants or what it's thinking. Because these micro movements are things we aren't actively controlling. It's something that our body is doing subconsciously. And when we allow, or when we wish to commune with a spirit during that divination session, we are essentially allowing a spirit to influence our movements. And that isn't always going to be safe. And that's not to scare anyone from it. It's just to say that when it comes to the Fae that I have interacted with, they are often highly, emotional isn't the right word for it, but they're very impulsive, they're very strong-willed, they're very dominant, and that type of a spirit alarms me when it comes to pendulum divination. Now, everyone is going to be different with this, but I typically go off signs, smells, sights, and feelings when it comes to working with the Fae and communicating with the Fae than I do something like pendulums, just because that's kind of where my comfort level more falls. Have you traveled to another dimension with your craft? If we are referring to something like the astral plane, then yeah, I have traveled to the astral plane, and it's very interesting. I've got to say, very, very interesting. Would recommend if you have the chance to do so. I know that it can be really tricky for a lot of people, but if you have the chance, just astral projection in general is very interesting. It allows you to see things in a very different way than you would normally see things, which is always fascinating to me. Any advice you have on this? I'm dating and going to be moving in with my partner who not only works with different deities, but they're from a different pantheon. So when it comes to this, I'd say ask your deities how they feel about certain things. Are they going to feel comfortable being dedicated to or worked with in the same space as other deities will be worked with? And will they be comfortable having an altar if there's going to be an altar in the same space as an altar for a different deity that maybe they don't know particularly well or haven't worked with before? And just figure out how they feel about it, because it might be that altars or spaces need to be in different areas of the home just to keep everyone happy. I have a question about spell work. For someone who is quite lucky, is there a spell or ritual that I could use to pass that luck onto someone else? Pass the torch type of spell. So you could kind of funnel that energy off onto someone else. Almost like as it builds in you, it drains out into someone else. So you'd have to do a kind of linking spell, maybe something with a tag lock like a photograph or a doll that represents them, and then kind of as your luck builds, you drain it into that doll, which then manifests into the life of the person that you're after. But just be cautious with this, because obviously like the pendulum of luck will swing back again, and if you drain too much of your luck away, you might find that it swings back really hard for you. And you might find that it swings back for them when they're not expecting it, because they're getting luck that they wouldn't normally have. But that could be a good alternative to just kind of keeping it all. Not sure how well it would work long term, but you'll just have to see, I suppose. Try it, see what happens. Because, I mean, at worst, the luck will dissipate and may well manifest in the life of someone completely different that maybe you weren't even expecting. Where was I? I don't know where I was. Oh no! Ooh, Recommendations for Hearth Witch on music. The Bones TV soundtrack from 2008. I don't think I've ever seen Bones. Bones is the one with Angel in it, isn't it? I don't know what is it. I always think his name is Borealis, but I think it's Boreanaz, maybe David Boreanaz. Oh no, he plays Angel in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I think that's what that show is. I'll have to check it out. I've never ever watched Bones. I'll have to listen to some of the music because it might be really good. I have to find that TV show music is actually pretty decent. Like the Vampire Diaries soundtrack is still great even now. Any advice for dealing with fear for doing something wrong while casting a spell? This is really common, I think, in that especially when people don't necessarily have confidence in their own abilities, and I am guilty for this as well. We can feel as though like we're doubting ourselves whilst we're already doing that spell. Like, oh, well, what if I do this? Or what if I do that? But I suppose ultimately it comes down to questioning, will doubting it or will doing something wrong actually change anything? And by default, it probably won't unless you really worry about having done something wrong. So it's a little bit like, I'm going to have to use stalling a car as an example. I'm not sure if this is a great example. But if you stall a car, inherently there's not a problem in that. As long as you are in control, you restart the car, everything is done safely, and you carry on, right? The danger with stalling a car is if you stall a car and you panic and you're out of control and you're putting yourself in a dangerous situation, as well as other people in a dangerous situation. That's what making a mistake is kind of like in spells and rituals. Deities, spirits, ancestors, they get it. They've been there, they've made mistakes. You just have to look at mythology and see some of the big mistakes that are made. And they understand that. So making a mistake by itself really isn't an issue. And as long as you are dedicated to your spell or your ritual and you're able to get back on track again despite the mistake, maybe even laugh at your mistake and then carry on, that's way, way better than worrying about making a mistake. And just like earlier, it's a bit like me telling you not to think of a polar bear. You just thought of a polar bear. It's really hard to focus on not focusing on something, but it's just having that knowledge of like, they get it. Like the spirits, the deities, the energies that you're working with, they get it. Everything in the world makes mistakes. I mean, have you seen pandas? Pandas make mistakes every day. They fall off everything, but they're still loved and they're still endeared. That's kind of what it's like when we make a mistake during spells and rituals. Everything in the world makes mistakes. It's just how you deal with it that makes a difference. Now I can't stop thinking about pandas. Oh, pandas are so cute. They're so daft, and we spend so much money trying to save them, but they're just so cute. Okay, stop thinking about pandas. I've got to focus on this. Okay, where was I? Oh, did you end up buying that rug? I haven't bought it yet, Phil. I need to, but then I got sucked into doing everything else. What's new? So, yeah. Still no rug. Still need to finish my living room. Still need to finish my kitchen, and my bathroom, and my office, and my garden. Sort of garden. I'll get there, in the end. One day. Right. Where was I? I have no idea where I was. Oh, and it jumped. Okay, scrolling up again. Let's hope I didn't lose any. Oh, where was I? Oh my goodness, where was I? I must have been about here. I must have been. Oh, please react to Abby Cox's Address Historian Explains the History of the Witch's Hat. I will have to save that so that I can have a look at that, because I am very curious about that. Nice. Added to the list. And I'm back to not knowing where I was again. Oh, I did not say thank you so much, Kelly. I completely missed this. I'm not getting notifications today. Thank you so much, Kelly, for your support. It really, really means a lot to me. Oh, you're all so lovely. I had to have been here somewhere. Oh, any advice on how to maintain a magical practice when you're in a bit of a mental health spiral? Don't put too much pressure on yourself to maintain your practice. It's probably the best thing I can say, because that extra pressure is just going to make you feel worse, like you aren't achieving something that you need to be achieving. Your magical practice is going to be there when you're feeling more up to doing it. And you aren't suddenly not going to be a magical practitioner just because you're going through a bit of a bad time. Like, if you're a magical practitioner, it is inherently ingrained in the way we view the world and how we do everything. And if you aren't able to do spells and rituals or even divination or tarot reading, then that's okay. Like, you are still a valid practitioner regardless of that. You're dealing with other things, and whether those other things would be mental health or caring for someone or having children or having a really, really busy job, those are all perfectly valid reasons for just taking a step back and giving yourself a break, because your magical practice shouldn't be at the detriment of your physical or your mental health. It just shouldn't be. It's there to help improve your life. It shouldn't be there to make your life harder whilst trying to do it alongside other things. So yeah, just take the foot off the accelerator a little bit with it and just allow yourself to breathe with it, because it'll be there when you get back. Would you make a list of the witchy type shops that you mentioned? I find here in Canada that most shops carry typical manufactured witchy stuff. I make ones that are ethically harvested. That's really, really cool. Not very many people make ethically made ones. A lot of the ones that I see being made they're like really popular right now. They're like acrylic wands, like just plastic wands. And I can't help but think, wand, energy manipulation, plastic, energy insulator. Doesn't really seem to work in my mind, but maybe that's just me. So I'll have to see if I can find like a whole bunch of shops, like witchy shops in America that I can like look at, like not just America, it can be like anywhere, but I'm thinking if I can just like break it down and like see if I can find some like shops and like talk to people that like work there and see what they're like. And then I can make like a list of things for people in different countries, because obviously I get it. Not everyone's going to be able to order from England. Like, it's expensive, shipping is, especially like today. Like in this day and age, shipping is so expensive. So I'll have to see if I can do that, because I think that would be pretty cool and maybe quite useful for a lot of people. Can guardian angels be archangels? I mean, I suppose they probably can be. I have to admit, I'm not particularly well versed on angels, but I don't really... Is the difference between an angel and an archangel status, like ranking? I don't know, but I can't see any reason why they couldn't be. It maybe just wouldn't happen as commonly as having another angel as being an angel guide. As a fellow witch, should we limit our consumption of tech and social media? Will this affect our magical powers? I don't think it necessarily affects anything like inherently, but I do think that some things can have a negative impact on our mental health. And I think social media has a really negative impact on mental health, whether it's how we perceive ourselves, how we perceive other people, how valid we see ourselves within our magical tradition. And I have found, and maybe it's just me, but I tend to take a step back from the magical community on social media. There are some people that I adore, and I will follow them on social media, and I will watch every single story that they post, and I will like every single post that they make, because I really like them as people. But I find, no shade to the individuals that are a part of the witchcraft community on social media, I find that some of it can be really shamey, and it can be really destroying of self-confidence. You know, there's a lot of, oh, you're not allowed to do this, that breaks the Wiccan read. Oh, you have to do this instead. Oh, you're doing that, you're doing it wrong. Have you done your shadow work? If you haven't, you're a bad witch. And it really hurts my heart to see a lot of beginners really, I don't know how to describe it, but they feel like they're not good enough because they don't have everything that you see on social media. They aren't open about their practice. They don't have the time to fit in all of these things that social media witches fit in. And I don't think that social media, like, inherently is bad or awful. I just think that it can have a detrimental impact on the way we perceive ourselves and how valid we are and how good we are compared to other people. So, like, if you are feeling the same way about, like, social media and the witchcraft content, then do take a step back and see how you feel and then dip your toes in slowly. Like, there are still people that I will follow, ride or die, love them. But then there are the community as a whole where I do tend to take a bit of a step back from for that exact reason. Just because sometimes I feel like it can get a little bit preachy. Ironic, really, for the witchcraft community, but I do feel like sometimes it can get a bit, like, practice shaming, and I think that can negatively impact our magical practice, because then we start doubting ourselves. Well, is this what such and such would do? Or this doesn't look like what they would do. And, like, the reality is everyone's practice is going to be very different. It's a really interesting question, though. I don't think I've ever been asked anything like that. Do you have a recommendation for a banishing spell? Do I need an item that belonged to that person since the person is in my sister's life? Do I need to approach it with her in mind? I do not have one hard and fast banishing spell. And I would typically, banishing to me is like the last run of the ladder. It's like one of my last resorts. So I'd say if this person is in the life of someone else that you care about, in this instance, your sister, I would definitely say that you would need to run it by her or work with her, or just approach it with the mindset of she is the person that's going to be directly impacted by this. Like, even if it's inadvertently, she's going to be impacted by the outcome of this working, whether it's positive or negative, like whatever the outcome. So I would say, come at it from the stance that she is going to be directly impacted, and so you're going to need to work around that to best suit the situation. And if nothing else has worked, then, I mean, if you have something that belongs to a person, then that, you know, is a great option to have if you aren't going to be directly in the space with them, which for a banishing spell you rarely are going to be. Right, I was somewhere here, and I don't know where I was. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I actually don't know where I was. Okay, I'm going to take one for the bottom while I'm answering these things. And then I'll have to figure out where I was further up. But I'll do this one while I'm looking at this one. This is right at the bottom. So what is the hierarchy of beings? So if we're talking like levels of beings and like how powerful they are, or whether they are higher or lower than something else, it isn't necessarily that all beings are the same. It's that instead there are rankings within classifications. So it isn't that angels are better or higher than the Fae, or that the Fae are better or higher than demons. It's just that they're different. So you'll have solitary Fae, and then you will have the courted Fae. So solitary Fae would be spirits such as brownies or boggarts. They might be something like redcaps or hobgoblins. They're the fae that we see roaming the landscape. They're the ones that are inside homes and that maybe we would come in contact with on a more day-to-day basis. You then have the courted fae. These would be the seelie and the unseelie courts. These are what are typically referred to when we're talking about the king and queen of Elfame, as well as the trooping of the fae, where the courts migrate over time. So they're different. And within the fae, some might say that the seelie and unseelie courts are superior. Is not really the word I would like to use, but some people would consider them to be such because of how they behave. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but that's what people would consider. When we have things like demons, you will often have lesser demons or lower demons. These are usually solitary. They're maybe not as powerful, or perhaps don't show their power as much as, say, the prince demons, which are usually far, far more powerful. Usually you wouldn't come in contact with them unless they were called upon for spells and rituals. Then you have angels, so you would have archangels and, well, standard angels. And one is often considered to be perhaps more powerful than the other. It isn't that the classifications as a whole are more powerful, but that they are within their own category. They have levels within them. So, I mean, it's really interesting. And then you have classifications that fall outside of the ones that we would typically see. So you would have the djinn and merfolk and these kind of spirits. So, I'm a beginner and a closet witch. Since I can't go outside and practice centering and grounding, you don't need to. Because of the snow, what's the best way to practice? Can I practice indoors? Centering and grounding is the gathering together of your energy inside your own body and then rooting it into the planet of the earth. So you don't need to be touching the earth. You don't need to, you can be in a plane. I've done it in a plane. You just need to be linking your energy to the earth. You don't need to be physically touching it, which is why people with mobility aids or mobility issues can still ground really effectively. They don't need to be touching the ground. If you struggle because you're in an apartment building, or maybe you're an air hostess and you want to ground yourself mid-flight, you don't need to be touching the ground. You can do it within anything, sitting on a bed, on the floor, standing up, lying down. It's about having that energetic tie to the earth rather than a physical, tangible connection. And that's really the difference, is that tangible connection isn't necessary for energetic grounding. It is necessary for the more spiritual, walking on the earth, getting your feet dirty kind of grounding. But when we're talking grounding following centering, it's about that energetic connection rather than any kind of physical link. Are sleep paralysis demons a thing, or are they explainable in a metaphysical sense, or is it just a sensation thing? As far as I'm aware, sleep paralysis demons aren't actually demons or spirits. It's where our body is asleep, but our mind is awake enough to be awake, but not awake enough to have separated dream from reality. So it's like our brain is moving faster than our body. So our body hasn't woken up yet, but our brain has. So you'll often find that dreams will carry over into sleep paralysis, but it isn't actually a spirit that's present. And so you can have magical practitioners who have sleep paralysis. Most people at some point in their lives will experience sleep paralysis, even if it's just once. And even magical practitioners will experience sleep paralysis. But what you're experiencing isn't actually a demon or a spirit. It's usually something that you are experiencing in your sleep, but just haven't fully woken out of yet. Which is why somehow it seems like sleep paralysis spirits or demons can get past all the protections that are keeping out everything else. It's not because they're somehow super uber powerful. It's because they're not really spirits. They are manifestations of our own mind, essentially. At least that's as far as I know from the research on sleep paralysis that I've... What? Words. At least that's what I've got from the research on sleep paralysis that I've done. And that's kind of where the idea also of like being hag-ridden, the idea of the nightmare that sits on your chest and stops you from moving. It's sleep paralysis. Your body is still asleep. It's still paralyzed with sleep, but your brain is awake. So it feels like something you can't see is sitting on you or stopping you from moving, when actually it's just that your body hasn't woken up yet from sleep. It's a really interesting subject, and I don't think we really understand why we experience it, besides, like, we kind of know what causes it, but we don't really know why we have it, which is weird, but honestly pretty cool, unless you're mid-sleep paralysis, and then it's not so cool. Ooh, I'm wondering your opinion on what happens when a witchy friend starts practicing darker magic, but I practice light. How would you navigate that? Would you distance yourself or give it no mind? I wouldn't care, because it's not really, and this might, I don't intend to sound rude when I say it, but it doesn't really matter what you think. Honestly, it's kind of up to them what they do, and most practices that are folk paths in nature are twofold anyway. Nothing is truly light, nothing is truly dark. Everything is a shade of grey. It's a spectrum that changes depending on the person that you're talking to and what their morals, their ethics, their understanding of the world is like. And so if someone is doing something within their own personal practice, if they are not negatively impacting to a severe degree, there's one thing doing a binding spell. Many people consider binding spells to be negative, even though they stop someone from doing something that's causing harm to others, which I would see as being a positive thing. But it's one thing if they are maliciously targeting other people to the extent of being a problem, and another to just be practicing a slightly darker path than maybe you would. I mean, if you feel really uncomfortable about it, then you could say that, hey, can we not talk about this? It doesn't make me feel comfortable. And if they continue to talk about it, then maybe it's time to kind of set that boundary, because one is someone just going about their own practice. The other is someone overstepping a boundary that you've made. And making boundaries is really important. So, I personally wouldn't be concerned. But that's because my practice is twofold anyway. I'm not solely doing positive. I'm not solely doing negative. I walk that path as most folk practitioners do. So it's an interesting one. I'd say set that boundary. If you don't feel comfortable talking about it, then make that known. Draw that line in the sand. And then if they continuously keep crossing that line, then that's when you would want to say, okay, hey, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I don't want to be this close to you anymore because you keep crossing this boundary that I've set. And that's when I would make a point of leaving, or at least distancing myself. What's your tea brand of choice? Mine is traditional medicinals. I actually don't really have a tea brand of choice. I don't really like tea. And that sounds like the most un-British thing ever, doesn't it? But I don't really like tea. And I don't really drink tea. I will drink whatever is chamomile with a bunch of sweetener in it. Otherwise, I will definitely be having a hot chocolate instead. And that's where I feel happiest at. Good hot chocolate. Anybody, this was for anybody, but I'll answer it anyway. If you do a freezer spell, won't the spell break if the bag thaws? I'm moving to another state, once the bag thaws, with the spell break? Thank you. So generally with a freezer spells are not meant to be permanent. They were never really created to be permanent. They are a way of cooling down a situation so that everyone in that situation is able to think clearly, to distance themselves, to have a break so that that situation can then be further dealt with. So, of course, this is going to vary, but that's my understanding of freezer spells. If the freezer spell then doesn't create change in a positive direction, something further would need to be done. So it's I don't really know how to describe this, but it's almost the equivalent of, there's something that you want to get rid of in your house. There's like a piece of clothing that you want to get rid of. Maybe you just don't like it anymore. Maybe it just doesn't fit. There's something about it. Maybe it doesn't make you feel good about yourself. So you take that piece of clothing, and instead of getting rid of it, you just keep moving it from bag to bag to bag. You just keep hiding it in different places. It doesn't make the problem go away. It just means that you can't see it temporarily. And then something will happen and the bag will get knocked over, and then the dress will still be there, and it still makes you feel shit. Nothing has changed. So then you took it away somewhere else, and now it's in a box. But then your husband goes through the box, and now the dress is on the bed again, and it still makes you feel shit, and you still have the dress and nothing has changed. That's kind of what a freezer spell does. So a freezer spell stops that situation. It freezes it. It cools everything down, and everything moves slower when it's cooled down. It doesn't actually get rid of the problem. It just kind of hides it for a bit. And then you would need to then do something else with it if nothing changes. So a freezer spell could be good, for instance, if you have a boss that is particularly aggressive. Like, they just don't seem to understand that being aggressive to the workforce is not a good way to go about things. So in that situation, you would say, do a freezer spell. You would get that situation to cool down completely, give everyone a break for a little while. See if your boss has then contemplated their actions, thaw out that spell, and see what changes. If it's changed a little bit, but not enough, you would then freeze that spell again. This cools down the situation again, something has come up, something changes, you then thaw that spell out, and your boss might suddenly be a pretty nice person in comparison. Maybe after all that, your boss really was just going through a really difficult time, and they didn't know how to deal with it but to be aggressive, and maybe they've now dealt with that and they're not so aggressive anymore. If, however, you thaw out that spell and your boss is even more aggressive than they were before and it doesn't seem to have helped, well, then you would want to do something else with that spell, because you can't keep that situation frozen forever. At some point, something is going to happen, like a move, like your freezer breaks down, and that spell is going to defrost anyway. Either that, or the bag's going to break, or the jar is going to break, and something's going to happen that's going to kind of stop that spell from being frozen anymore. So if being in a freezer and being taken out again doesn't resolve anything in that situation, it's then time to maybe do a binding spell to bind negative actions. It's more permanent than a freezing spell, but it's not as permanent as like a banishing spell. And then try that. And then if when you unbind them again, they're still just as bad, bind them up again, see if it works. If it doesn't, then it's time to move on to something heavier. That way, it's being dealt with rather than just being frozen. Otherwise, you end up with like a bunch of situations in kind of standby when they really need to be moved on to the next stage. I hope that makes some sense. But it's the interesting thing about freezer spells is you'll often find that something will come up that means you have to unfreeze them eventually. And I've seen this quite a lot. Like usually after like a few years, like 1 or 2 years, suddenly like they can't get their freezer to turn on, or their power just keeps going out. And like there's always something that seems to thaw out that spell eventually. And that, I would take that as the universe being like, okay, I need to deal with this. Like actually deal with this. Right, where was I? I was here-ish. Oh, if I create a servitor to test baneful spells on, what kind of workings can I do to it? Since I can't do things like broken bones or something, as it's not human. I mean, really, you're not going to be able to break someone's bone with a spell. I mean, the best you could do is like cast a spell that ends up with them in an injury, I suppose. But the thing is that, and this is just a observation, take it as you will. If you don't know what kind of workings you want to test on it, why would you create a servitor in the first place? Because that there would have to be a very specific kind of goal in mind. So you can definitely create servitors to carry out spells on, regardless of what kind of spells they would be, acting as almost an energetic test dummy. So what would happen is you would probably create that servitor, and in its creation, you would make it clear that the energy that that servitor is going to feed on is the energy that you are going to give it via spells and rituals. You would then use that servitor as a way of testing your energy work and testing spell work and ritual, running through the routine of doing spell work and ritual with active energy and not just going through an empty spell. And then the energy that is targeted or released by that working will then go on to fuel that servitor. It acts as its sustenance. And so you can test out some baneful spells on it, but it would be probably less seeing the manifestation of those spells and more running through the motion of doing those spells with the energy that you would need to manifest that working, and doing it as a test run so that if you ever needed to do that working, you would know exactly how much energy you need to put into it, the words that you need to say, the layout of what it is, the day of the week. Like, you can use a servitor in this instance to run through basically everything to perfectly hone that spell so that if you ever do need to do it, you know that you are able to do it. First try, get it right, done. It's probably going to be less about seeing a manifestation of results. Though what I suppose you could do is you could work with your servitor with a form of communication, whether that is dreams, whether that is working with cards, so that you can ask, how did this feel? Was the energy strong? These kind of questions, so that you can almost get feedback on that working actively from that servitor, so that you can see whether or not there was enough energy in that. You know, how powerful was that working? Does something need to be tweaked? Okay, the working wasn't maybe as good as I wanted. I'll try again. And then you can get active feedback from that servitor over and over and over again, which could be really good for making sure that you get your workings right when you actually need them. Otherwise, you are kind of just going into the dark when you're doing a spell you've never done before, or even a technique you've never done before, and you need to get it right. It's kind of scary trying to do that. So that's one way of using a servitor in this example. Let's see, where was I? I know it's good to cross-reference when researching witchy stuff, but how do you actually find the references? They're usually at the back of books, usually. When I say cross-reference, I mean like, if you're looking at a website, for instance, on crystals, right, and you want to see what rose quartz is used for, you would look at one website. Don't just take that one website. Cross-reference it with like 20 other websites. Just use Google or Ecosia. Use Ecosia, it plants trees. And like type in like magical properties of rose quartz. And rather than just looking at the first page that you see, look at the first 3 pages on Ecosia or Google or Bing or whatever else that you're using. And make sure that you cross-reference it. What is the same on all of these websites? Is there anything different? Does one website have one thing that's completely off the wall and not like any of the others? Do they all say pretty much the same thing? What references have they used for that? Do they list any books for the subject in the little comments at the bottom? If you're reading a book on the subject, have a look at the back of the book, look at the bibliography and the reference sheet. What books in there do you have in your collection that you can have access to? Do they have any at the library so that you can cross-reference? Because every magical practitioner is going to view the world through their particular practice. And so every book is going to have a slightly different spin on the same subject. So if you're on the internet, cross-reference against multiple different websites, blogs, forums, YouTube channels, Instagram pages, whatever it is. And if you're using books, they usually have a bibliography or a reference sheet at the back. See if I can grab a book that has an example of this. Let's go for this one. What is this? I have no idea. We will see when I get it down. This is the Moon Magic book. So let's have a look. At the back of the book, do they have a reference sheet? And if they don't, that's not great. Yes, here we go. So this is Moon Spells by Diane Alquist. And at the very back, they have a bibliography, this page, which covers all of the books that they have referenced in their own book. So if I really enjoyed a particular section of this book, so say for instance, I really liked the section on candle magic. Well, here they say that they've referenced the book, The Magic of Candle Burning by Jarena Dunwich from 1989. And so I can then go, oh, well, I really like the information in this book. I'm going to check out that book and then see if that's got good information in it. So That's what I like to do. And so you'll often find that I have a massive to be read pile. And that's because I read one book and then I realize that actually I want to read a different book on this bibliography list to really fill in my information. And so I will then get an extra book. And so I end up with like a bunch of to be read books because I'm currently reading a book on a specific subject and I'm bouncing from like one book to another in the same category. Okay, where was I? Have you worked with multiple deities or goddesses at the same time? Yes. So currently I work with Bridget, Ceridwen, and Keranos all at the same time. And like they have different altars in different spaces. Where was I? Would you cast a circle during a divination session, a pendulum, etc.? It depends on my circumstances and where I am. So, for instance, if I was at home, then I wouldn't because I have protections around my space. I know that nothing is going to enter my space unless I want it to enter my space. Therefore, I don't have to worry about casting a circle. However, if I was doing this in a place that I don't know, outside of my home, then I would probably want to cast a circle just to make sure that there's no spirits with nefarious goals that are wandering around that might want to bother me during that session. So it depends on circumstances. If you're in a space where you know the spirits and you have protections, then I don't think it's really something you need to worry about too much. Oh, it jumped again. Oh no! I'm gonna have to scroll back up again. I hope that I haven't lost anything. Fingers crossed. Okay, I think I was about here. I think. Oh no. Oh, on astral projection, do spaces appear to be larger than they do in waking life? Maybe a little, but not massively. Like, if anything, they seem to be just different. Like, it's like I don't know how to describe it in the best way possible, but it's the same, but there's differences. So maybe like the colouring is different or the lighting is different. There's something that's different about it that makes it distinctively unique and very much separates it from the physical world, but everything else is the same. So like everything, all the furniture is the same and the wallpaper will be the same, but everything is like tinted a funny colour. Not every place I've been to, but just the few that are particularly memorable. It was like the same, but just with a tint of difference to it. Something that gave it that kind of uncanny valley feeling where it's like, I know this place, but I don't know this place. Like this is the same, but kind of different. It's weird. Do you believe that seashells have magical correspondences or properties? I think that seashells are deeply connected to the ocean and to the spirits and the creatures, the animals, the plants of the ocean. And so it's an easy way to tap into that energy if you aren't able to access it in any other way. And I know that there are specific shells and plants and things that are associated with spirits and deities of the ocean. And so they can be really good for connecting with them as well. Could you clear past life karma? Wait, what? The question is about can you clear past life karma? I'm probably not the best person to answer this because karma is not a universal belief system. Karma is a very specialist belief system. So in my tradition, in my religion, there is no idea of karma. It just doesn't exist. And so I would say if you can find someone who does have karma as an integral part of their tradition, they're going to be able to give you a far, far better answer than I ever could, because it's not something that I really acknowledge within my own tradition. So I don't really have much knowledge on the subject. I just scared the living daylights out of myself. I just pulled my hair and I felt something move on the top of my head and I was like, oh, there's an insect on me. And then I realized, no, you daft idiot. You are pulling your hair. That is what happens when you move your hair. You feel it moving. Oh dear. The things that happen when you've been sitting in one spot for 4 hours. Oh my goodness, that's so cute. My cat came up as soon as she heard your voice. Looks like you've got a new furry subscriber. That's so cute. I love it. Occasionally I will get, like, in my Instagram DMs, I'll get like a picture of someone's cat and I'm like, yes, this is like the best kind of DM that I can get. Just unsolicited cat and dog pictures and ferrets and rats and anything cute. Like, even like snakes and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, it's so cute. So I'm glad I have a new kitty subscriber. It's very cute. Have you read the Book of Seances? I haven't, but it's in my list of books to get. But I have told myself that I cannot get any more books until I've read some of the ones I've got. I need to work through my to-be-read pile. Like, that entire stack of books over there behind me, that is just a fraction of my to-be-read pile. Actually, some of it I added on earlier and I have actually read, but a lot of them are my to-be-read pile. I have a bookcase to my right that is basically all my to-be-read books. So I've told myself I cannot get another book until I've read at least like half a dozen to a dozen of my to-be-read books. Otherwise, the to-be-read pile is never going to go down. And I really need to. I loved your Through the Blackthorn Arch videos. Are you planning to do more? I am, yes. So I kind of got blindsided, let's put it that way, last year with a whole bunch of like health problems. And so at the very start of last year, I started filming season 2. So I think I filmed 2 videos and then I edited them with the plan that I would be posting them from summer onwards. And then I just got blindsided by a whole bunch of health problems last year. So my plan is to keep going with them, but I just need to make sure that I prioritize other things. So like, I'm now trying to prioritize a weekly video on here and a monthly video on Patreon, which I know some people have sent me DMs for. The video for Patreon is probably going to come out towards the end of this week. I got a little bit delayed with editing it, and it's all about the history of the Sheila gig. I think that's how you say it. In honor of Sheila's Day, which is on March the 18th. So I'm hoping that I will be able to get that video out in a few days, hopefully, and that will be on the Patreon. I know I normally do a book video, but I kind of wanted to do something in honor of Sheila's Day, so that's the video for this month, and then I'm back to book reviews next month. Do you do mentorship? I don't, besides what I do on here. I'm always happy to answer questions. That's why I do the live streams every month, because I know that not everyone has an in-person person that they can talk to about these things. But I don't offer like one-on-one mentorship. If you have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer them on Instagram. My tag, like my handle, is in the description box. Or you can like post comments and myself or the community will answer. There's also a Discord server, which is linked in the description box, where you can ask questions, and there's an entire community of people on there which are so lovely that can answer questions, and then if I see it, I can answer it as well. So that's really as far as the mentorship goes, because I just wouldn't have time to do everything or to get to the people that I would want to get to. Can we please get a closer look at the picture in your background? I see it all the time in your videos. It looks like a woman in the woods dancing around a fire in a red dress. Oh, okay. What I will have to do is, I can't move my tripod right now because like it's attached to my computer. So I'll have to like go through all of the art that I've got and tag all of the artists, because that one is, it's a representation of the witch's Sabbath that's written about from several trial records. So it's the big Sabbath fire. And then it's all of the witches dancing around the fire with the devil or the horned god standing in the tree line in the background. It's so beautiful. I love it. I'm going to have to find the artist and see if I can link it, because it's really, really pretty. And I'll have to do like an art tour one day of all of the different random witchy pieces of art that I have in my house. But most of it, honestly, is from like Redbubble or like independent artists. That's typically where I get stuff from. Oh. Oh, someone just said unsolicited mice pics incoming. You have mice? I love mice. I would have so many pets if I wasn't allergic to basically all of them. It's really sad, but like I wanted to get a cat, but I'm allergic to cats. I wanted to get a dog, I'm allergic to dogs. I'm like, oh, is there anything I'm not allergic to? The answer is snakes. I love snakes and corn snakes especially, but I just do not have the space to have a suitable home for them. So I just pine after everyone else's pets on Instagram. Like if you were to see like my Instagram feed, it is just all animals. Animals doing cute things, animals looking adorable. It's honestly kind of sad. Do you have a favorite tarot or oracle deck? So my favorite tarot deck, I have to say, is probably the Magic Manga deck, the original Magic Manga deck, because I know there's a second one, but it's the first one that I love. The Magic Manga deck is really good for me. I don't know if it would be good for anyone else, because mine was secondhand when I got it, and it has some like weird attachments to it. And then my favorite oracle deck. Oh, that's a really interesting one. At the minute, I really like the green witch oracle, because all of the plants in that oracle deck are found in Britain, which is really great because often in books, I find that a lot of the plants are American plants. And so I can't really associate with them super well because they aren't things that I really know of. So that deck is beautiful. I will have to do an updated deck tour if anyone's interested in that. I did one a few years ago, and I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago now, and I've gotten quite a lot more decks since then, so I might have to do kind of an updated one of them to show you the ones that I loved and the ones that I didn't like quite so much, because there's some that I am actually tempted to find a new home for. So I don't actually know, would anyone be interested in that if I made like a Depop shop of like any of the decks that I want them to go to good home see, and I'm scared is probably the wrong word. I'm cautious of just like reselling them to anyone, because I'm like, what if they mistreat the deck? Like, just because it didn't work for me doesn't mean that the deck should be mistreated just because I didn't particularly like it. I don't know. So I'm like, I want them to go to a good home, but I don't know who to give them to. So there's that. Ooh. Even Sphinx cats. I love them. They're so cute. The problem is, I think I'm allergic to like cat saliva. It depends, because there's like 2 different allergies in there. You can be allergic to like cat fur or cat saliva, and if you're allergic to saliva, then that's like most cats just like taken off the table. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But one day I might find a cat that I'm okay with, and I'll be very happy because I love them so much. Trying to figure out where I was again. I'm somewhere over here. I have to be. Got to be somewhere down here because I'm so close to the bottom now. I can practically taste it. Oh, that was a weird sentiment. I probably shouldn't have said it like that. That sounds really wrong. I meant like I can like feel how close I am to the bottom. This isn't helping. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do you know anything about the wells old and new? That's a topic you should be talking about. The wells old and new. As in just wells, or is it like a specific well that in particular? Because I love learning about wells. Specific ones I don't know very much about, but I like wells. Oh, I know about the Chalice wells. Actually, I was meant to do a video on that years ago about the 3 wells of Glastonbury, and I never did. So I really need to pull my finger out and do that video. Can you access the fairy realm through astral projection? Well, astral projection takes you to the astral plane, which is kind of a realm in its own right. where you could come across plenty of fae and spirits and the like there, the fairy realm is a tricky one. You don't really want to go there. Words. When you're looking at all of the stories of the fae, there's one very distinctive thing that's always the same. If you go to the fairy realm, you can't eat the food, you can't drink the food. You have to be really careful, or you will get stuck there for years. I mean, there's one story that's 7, there's a few where people just never came back. And knowing someone who does enter the fairy realm, Elfame, whatever you want to refer to it as, they have to be incredibly cautious, and they've been there a lot. And I mean cautious like, needing a guide to take them, being very careful with what they say, what they do, how they act, what they touch, what they eat, what they look at, what they smell. Like, you have to be so careful that I would say you wouldn't want to access the fairy realm. It's something that sounds a lot better in theory than in reality. And while apparently it is stunningly beautiful, it isn't necessarily something that you want to be stuck with. And in some cases, you can get really stuck there. So I suppose you probably could, and people do, but whether it's something you would want to actively do without having all of the proper precautions in place, that's a different matter. What's a witch's compass and how do you do it? So the laying of a compass is an act in traditional witchcraft, not all versions of traditional witchcraft, but a few. And it is the act of opening up a sacred space that allows you to connect with different realms of existence. So while a circle is protective and it keeps spirits out, laying a compass is essentially opening up an entryway to spiritual realms. And because of this, it's a really good way of empowering your magic as part of traditional witchcraft. It's also a great way of communing with spirits and deities. And it is done by essentially creating a sixfold path energetically that links the realm we are in, each of the elemental directions above and below. So the higher realms and the lower realms. And by doing so, you are creating essentially like a column that passes through these different realms that you can then call forth when you do spellwork and ritual. How you do it varies on tradition. So there's many different tradition paths, and depending on which one you're a part of, you're going to be following a different method of doing it. There's a technique in the crooked path, there's another in besom, stang, and sword. I think there's another one in treading the mill. There are 3 books on traditional witchcraft, all from different areas, so they have different techniques. But it's a really interesting thing. I found it's increasing in popularity, but I get concerned when people do it without realizing what they're doing. Laying a compass is not the same as casting a circle. It doesn't offer the same protections, it doesn't offer the same safety, and it isn't done for the same reasons. And yet I'm seeing a lot of people laying a compass for the same reason as casting a circle, and I think people are getting confused as to what's what and who's who, which is something we find on social media. It is like a game of telephone, right? It just constantly keeps changing, and people aren't necessarily researching what it is enough before they do it, and then they get in trouble, and that's a whole different topic. But yeah, that's what it is. Different than a circle, but incredibly useful in the right circumstance. It obviously isn't going to be suitable for everything. They have a bunny. Cute. Bearded dragons. Oh. Cute. Oh, it jumped again. You have a new wall color. I actually don't. It's just this camera today is making everything look weird. And all the colors are kind of off. So the wall is the same color. It just doesn't look it. There are some hypoallergenic cats and dogs. I don't know. All the research I've done has shown that there are no actually hypoallergenic dogs. All dogs have something that some people can be allergic to. I don't know. I just feel like if I was going to get an animal of any kind, I would need to be 100% sure that I was going to be able to give that animal a loving home for the rest of that animal's life. And I would also want to adopt. So you have to be kind of careful, because obviously the adoption dogs and cats have already been through so much. And I wouldn't want to then find out, a few days in that I'm so allergic that I literally can't function at home anymore. And that would just be awful because they deserve a loving home for life. And also, like, you can't really be picky when it comes to adoption dogs. Like, often hypoallergenic breeds don't necessarily come into adoption centers. So I don't know. It's one of those where in the future I might find the perfect dog or cat, but currently I just pine for them via social media. Because honestly, what better way to use social media than to look at other people's pets? Like, that's got to be the best use of it. Or food. Pets and food. That's basically my Instagram feed. I was just about to ask your thoughts on plant or herb magic. Incredibly useful. So underrated. People will use herbs and they won't really connect with the plant. And I think that's a really missed opportunity because the power behind connecting with and working with plants is just phenomenal. I saw something about a broomstick. I'm sure I saw a question about a broomstick. Oh, what happened to your silver broomstick? Yeah, my silver broomstick hasn't been in the background of my videos for like 2 years, but I'm impressed you remember it. My broomstick is actually on my other altar, so it's just over there. Great pointing. It's over there. It's leaning against the wall, mostly because my color scheme kind of ended up going gold, and the kind of silver purple broomstick just didn't really fit the theme. So I also got people every single day being like, I'm not going to listen to you. Your broomstick's the wrong way around. And there's only so many times I can type out, it's a decorative broomstick. My actual broomstick is in the kitchen. But like, I got so fed up of those comments that I just moved the broomstick. I was like, I'm so done with these comments. Broomstick is being moved. So now the broomstick lives on my Brigid altar, which I actually think is really fitting because hearth goddess, a broomstick is typically used to clean and remove energy from the hearth. So I thought that was really fitting. So I liked that. Oh my god, your cat plays peekaboo. I know exactly what I'm doing for the rest of the night. I am looking at cute animal pictures. Oh, it jumped. Oh, I didn't notice this. Thank you so much, Kelly. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I never know how to say thank you in a way that people will like understand or comprehend. It's really hard to do like via the internet, but honestly, anyone who's like still here right now and that like likes my videos or just watches, like donates, Patreon, subscribes, whatever it is, it genuinely means so much to me. Oh, any book or resources regarding ancestry work or connecting with ancestors. There's one which is called, I forgot what it's called. Is it just called Working with Your Ancestors? It's a red covered, I'm trying to see where it is and I can't see where it is. It's a red covered book that is something like Working with Your Ancestors. That's a really good topic. No, that's a really good book on this topic. It kind of covers different ways of doing it and why people might do it, the different techniques for setting up an altar and things like that. You should get a bird as your pet. I'll be honest, birds are one animal that kind of freaks me out a little bit. There's something about the fact that it's just like skin on bone, like they have no facial expressions. Like cute, fluffy, like budgies. They're cute. I can understand that they're cute. Seagulls? No. I can't get behind like parrots or seagulls. I will love them from afar. It's not that I don't like them. It's that I don't like them too close to me. Which is a shame because like they could be really cute. But I just find them really kind of creepy. My cat plays fetch and can open doors. That's cool. That's it. That's the other thing with cats and dogs, actually. It's like you get to a point where like they learn things. Like good luck having privacy they can open the bathroom door. Now you've got a dog sitting in front of you while you're on the toilet and there's nothing you can do about it. Would I be able to create a servitor to act as a high-level negative spirit so I could better learn to banish them? Of course, with an emergency stop button, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, you could. You would just have to program it in and then maybe set like a word or a phrase that acts as a trigger so that then that's when it starts. So that you can be better prepared for when it starts. If it's not like once it's created, it's happening like right now. Instead, like it's like there and then you can trigger it and then you can banish it. And then have another word or phrase which would like disengage it in case you didn't manage to banish it. So yeah, that's an interesting option. Do you practice witchcraft professionally in the sense of doing rituals and spells for clients? I used to, but I don't anymore. I just wouldn't have the time to be able to like juggle all of that. I know there's lots of content creators on YouTube and stuff that do both. I wouldn't be able to do both anymore. My brain is already too full as it is. So I will make items for witches and practitioners, and then they can then advance on to doing their own things with it. That's what I mainly focus on, is that I would much rather set people up with the information that they need to have a successful practice themselves rather than doing the spell work for other people. Because my goal is to make people feel powerful in their own abilities. So I love making the botanical oils, the sprays. We do the beeswax candles and the paraffin soy candles, the pillar ones, so that people can infuse them with their own magic to improve their magic rather than just doing it. I mean, it's fine if people want to do spells for other people. If you want to have another person do spells, it's just not really for me so much anymore. You know, I'd rather be in the education field. I'll send you a dog pic of Cleo on Instagram later. Oh, that's so cute. I'm so looking forward to all of these animal pics. You have no idea. Like, I am itching now to get off the stream. I love doing the live streams, but now I just want to see all of the cute animal pics. I might not like respond to all of them, but just know that I have looked at all of them because they're going to be so cute. Thank you so much for the donation as well. It really does mean a lot. And also the pic of your cat also means a lot. Oh, dog. Sorry, dog, cats earlier, and mice and rabbits. Oh, I'm very excited about this. When does this live stream end? It will end soon, I promise. I'm getting there. I'm nearly at the bottom now. I'm basically at the bottom now. How do you feel about spiders? I try to ask before sending pics since they freak some people out. I'm actually okay with spiders. Spiders don't really bother me. It also helps that I follow someone on Instagram who has those really, really cute little spiders. And they do the little dancey dance, and like she gets all like up close with them and you can see all the cute little eyes. However, I'm not very good at spiders when they like crawl on me without me knowing, but I'm fine with like pet spiders because they're cute. I'm very interested in the fairy realm. What material do you recommend? I want the hardcore bizarre shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some research on the hardcore bizarre shit and get back to you on that one. Because at the minute, I'm going through all the books that I think would be good for beginners. So if we want hardcore bizarre shit, I'm gonna have to spend a bit of time doing some digging. Jumping spiders? Yes! Jumping spiders! They're really cute! And like they're like cleaning themselves and they're all fluffy. Yeah. They're just so cute. There's just something about them. Right, I think that for tonight, I will call that. It has been quite a long live stream. I apologize for any like glitches and odd things with my camera. Not really sure what is making that happen. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. I want to say thank you so much to everyone who has stuck out for the duration of this live stream. In the next few weeks, I've got a few interesting videos. So Patreon video is going up this week, I think. I have A reaction to the movie The Craft is coming up on Wednesday, I believe. I then am doing a bookshelf reorganization that's coming out in the next few weeks. So that should be really interesting, hopefully, if I can get it done, so that my bookshelf will not look like it's falling over. It will look good again and be organized. I will end up doing the new Craft movie at some point, but the one I'm doing next week, I think it's going to be next week anyway, is the 1996 Craft. So, yeah. That's going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. So thank you so much to everyone who's been here. If you did enjoy this stream, please give it a like. It means so much. If you have any recommendations for videos you would like me to do or books you want me to review, feel free to put them in the comments. And I will have another video for you next Wednesday. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So I'm not going to see you again live before Ostara, so I hope that you all have a fantastic Ostara. I hope you have a blessed week, a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye! And I get to see all the animal pictures, which is gonna be so cute. Okay, I'm actually gonna go now. Bye.